Vaya mañana que estamos teniendo esta media semana. Muy feliz miércoles para todos ustedes, pero estén teniendo un excelente día. Vamos a platicar rápido antes de entrar al casino del tío Salo, por supuesto, de varias cosas. El día de ayer iba a ser un video, pero estuve distraído con no me acuerdo qué otras. Bueno, antes que nada tengo que pedir una gran disculpa para todos nuestros miembros del E-Trading Academy que están intentando entrar al chat ahorita. No van a poder, no van a poder. Nuestro servicio de video básicamente nos dijo ayer que, bueno, nos suspendieron la cuenta y nos dijeron, no, estás usando demasiado bandwidth, el mismo éxito de esta cosa, ¿no? Y nos intentaron cobrar una cantidad astronómica de dinero, lo negociamos abajo, etcétera, todo arreglado. El problema es todavía, no sé si no se han despertado o no lo han puesto, pero no está en vivo, así que tengo que decir mil perdones para todos ustedes. Así que pónganoslo acá en el live stream. Solamente esto es hoy, mañana nos vemos para clase, todo normal. En realidad esto debería estar solucionado en unas horas. No sé cuándo se despierten, pero o cuándo lleguen a la oficina estos tíos, pero debería estar prontamente arreglado. Ok, vamos a pasar a cosas importantes. Historias interesantes, ¿no? Ahorita que están cayendo todo el mundo. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han escuchado que el oro, no hay oro? No hay oro. Si vas y compras al Banco de Inglaterra, no sé cuántos lingotes de oro, se tardan entre 4 a 8 semanas en entregártela. Y ahorita todo el mundo está friqueado, ¿no? No hay oro, no hay oro. Entonces le están diciendo a todo el mundo la gran noticia de que si compras ahorita oro, pues va a ser mucho dinero porque ya no hay. Ya aparentemente no hay. Algo simplemente que se me hace interesante. ¿Qué pienso que puede hacer de esto? Yo no estoy diciendo que hoy vaya a caer el oro, pero yo creo que estamos llegando al punto final de esta gran subida que hemos visto antes de tomar un descanso. Eso es lo que pienso. Porque, no sé, cada que te cuentan algo que nadie sabe, pero todo el mundo sabe, siempre se me hace la payasada más grande del mundo y eso es una. ¿Qué es lo que no es bueno? Quiero platicar con ustedes de dos cosas. Uno, en realidad la primera es buena. Las tarifas de Trump. Donald Trump salió y ahora tenemos que hablar y separar un poco las tarifas de Trump. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos la de México y la de Canadá, que es un 25% que cada principio de mes básicamente se revise una vez más de acuerdo a lo que Trump le está pidiendo a México y a Canadá. Eso es una. Pero Trump ya tomó un stance en cómo quiere hacer sus tarifas, que se me hace, honestamente me gustó bastante la idea comparado con lo que estaba haciendo antes, que solamente tiraban números casi a un pizarrón, ¿no? Con el dardo y era donde le pegaba 35% de tarifa, 50% de tarifa. Lo que Trump decidió hacer para moverse para adelante, y esto va a entrar en vigor, me parece que va a tener su reporte el 1 de abril, el 2 de abril, Trump ya va a poder instituir estas tarifas a todos los países, pero estas tarifas solamente van a ser aplicadas a países que tienen tarifas en contra de Estados Unidos y solamente van a ser tarifas que igualan la cantidad de las tarifas que nosotros como Estados Unidos tenemos al meter producto a su país. Eso quiere decir que si en México te cobran, ponte tú, 35% más por un coche americano, si lo estás importando, lo que va a hacer Estados Unidos es, ¿no? Si quieres importar un coche, ahora, este es un escenario estúpido porque sabemos quién es dueño de qué en este escenario. Pero si México fuera a importar un coche, digamos, ¿cuál era el coche ese mexicano? Se me olvida el nombre. Pero si México quisiera exportar ese coche y traerlo a Estados Unidos, nosotros cobraríamos la misma cantidad de tarifas. Se me hace justo, se me hace bastante sencillo y esto puede tener diferentes resultados. Uno de ellos es, obviamente, todo el mundo enojándose con Estados Unidos, yéndose a otro lado, ¿no? Que es la opción que todo el mundo cree que tiene. Esa es una. Dos, Estados Unidos impone esas tarifas, los otros lugares se enojan más, suben sus tarifas y eso crearía aumento de precios en el corto plazo, por supuesto que sí. Y tres, la cosa que en realidad, ¿cómo va a funcionar esto? Es, pues, güey, si tienes estas tarifas en contra de Estados Unidos, lo único que queremos es verlas al mismo pedo. Una vez que las tengas al mismo nivel, vamos a estar todos contentos y podemos hacer esto. Esto en sí, las tarifas de Trump no deberían de traer inflación. La razón por qué es porque está haciendo productos que no son tan, ¿cómo se dice?, indispensables más caros, en lo que encuentras otro lugar de donde encontrarlos. Personalmente, creo que mucha gente y muchos países van a entrar a la mesa de negociación. Y la razón por qué está pasando esto es porque tenemos un déficit comercial gigantesco con todos los demás países. Ustedes lo saben. Estados Unidos es tratado diferente. Y digo, no, pobre Estados Unidos. No, está bien. A través de todo este tiempo ha funcionado perfecto, pero ya no funciona en la nueva economía mundial. Entonces, esa es una cosa que va a ser muy interesante para todos nosotros ver cómo aplican estas tarifas. Y de nuevo, estas son separadas del 25% general que está amenazando a Canadá y a México, y la razón por qué es porque quiere que hagan cosas por nosotros, ¿no? Lleven gente a la frontera, pongan policías acá, deja de producir fentanol, lo mínimo, véndemelo más barato, lo que ellos quieran, es lo que está pasando. Y la otra cosa que quiero compartir con ustedes es la realidad de por qué México y todos los países de Latinoamérica no pueden simplemente abrirle las puertas a China, como todo el mundo cree, ¿no? Entonces, si no le gusta Estados Unidos y nos van a cobrar sanciones, nos vamos con China. Ahí te va el por qué esto va a ser bastante difícil y espero que tengan audio. Lo voy a poner y díganme si lo pueden escuchar. Lo voy a pausar en lo que vamos, ¿va? Y ahora, esta mujer está muy enojada, por cierto, muy enojada. Entonces, no nos vamos a enfocar tanto en la presentación, sino más en lo que está diciendo rapidísimo. Lo voy a poner por acá. Vamos. Esto es increíble. Este es un comunicado a la presidenta de México, por cierto, para que sepan. Déjenme rápido, cambio mis audífonos para que entre por acá. Ahí está. Perfecto. Si no, van a tener que escuchar ese pedo de mi computadora en vez de acá. Ahí les va.
Increíble, doctora Claudia Sheinbaum, licenciado Marcelo Ebrard.
¿Pueden escuchar esto? Simplemente es la primera pregunta que les tengo que hacer acá en el chat. Si me lo pueden decir, por favor, me ayudaría bastante. ¿Escuchan? ¿Sí escucharon a la señora, a esta mujer hablar o no? Por favor, si están en el chat, no sean mamones y díganme si lo pudieron escuchar o no. Oigan, sigo esperando, ¿eh? Yo sé que hay un retraso. Perfecto, Brian. Mil gracias. Gracias. Vale, lo vamos a poner. Está intentando convocar a que la presidenta y no sé quién sea el otro güey, perdón, discúlpenme. No, de nuevo, no estoy muy involucrado en este pedo en México, no tengo ni puta idea. Vivo acá en Estados Unidos.
Que no nos demos cuenta que estamos perjudicando al país, que la economía de México se está viendo afectada. Si ustedes caminan por cualquier parte de la República Mexicana, encuentran pantalones desde 60 y 80 pesos.
Ahora, esta mujer hace pantalones, por si no le queda claro a nadie. Tiene una fábrica de ropa en Tehuacán, creo.
A nosotros, los fabricantes nacionales, el metro de tela nacional nos cuesta 90 pesos. Y a esos 90 pesos nos falta sumarle el corte, la confección, el lavado, los avíos, el empaque y el transporte a la Ciudad de México.
Nadie cuenta con eso, ¿no? Cuando vendes un producto y dicen, ¿por qué no le bajas el precio a tu agua, por ejemplo? Porque hoy tengo que mandarla por transporte y cuesta dinero todo esto.
El transporte es un tema bien importante. Quiero comentarles que a nosotros el transporte de la ciudad de Tehuacán a la Ciudad de México nos cuesta 2 pesos con 10 centavos. ¿Por qué? Porque hay que contratar un viaje especial, un camión que nos cuesta 14,000 pesos, más una custodia. ¿Por qué la custodia? Porque la autopista México-Puebla es de las más robadas del país. Entonces tenemos que contratar camión más custodia. A ese camión le caben 10,800 piezas. Significa que el costo para llevar un pantalón de la ciudad de Tehuacán a la Ciudad de México es de 2 pesos con 10 centavos. ¿Y saben cuánto cuesta traer un pantalón de contrabando de China?
Prepárense, porque esto es a lo que voy. México no puede competir con China ni nadie más en producción. Y esto es una mentira, una falacia gigantesca del ignorante. Y la razón por qué es del ignorante, y no es un insulto a nadie de no entender esto, la ignorancia, pues si no trabajas en este tipo de cosas, si no creas productos, si no estás enfrente de todo esto, obviamente no vas a tener por qué entender esto. Pero ahí les va. Lo que no sabe el ignorante es que China no se trata de solamente producir cosas baratas. China devalúa su moneda a un grado que es ridículo comercialmente hablando, donde todo cuesta mucho menos. Eso es una. Y dos, piensa como Elon Musk es tan bueno creando fábricas y siendo eficiente y todo eso. Elon Musk es básicamente alguien más en China, de cierta forma. porque es a lo que se encargan estos productores. Han encontrado a través de los últimos 30 años las mejores maneras de hacer las cosas de la manera más fácil, más barata, más rápida. Y eso es el pleito que tiene Estados Unidos con China. Y ese, ahora van a ver porque es un pleito que México también tiene que lidiar con.
Cuesta 5 pesos con 40 centavos.
Un pantalón chino cuesta 5 pesos con 40 centavos traído ya de China a México. Entonces, cuando todo el mundo se voltea y dice, vamos a hacer socios comerciales de China, los van a dejar en la calle.
Es una burla la que vivimos los mexicanos. El contenedor de contrabando de China cuesta 270,000 pesos. A ese tipo de contenedores le caben 50,000 pantalones. 5 pesos con 40 centavos es el precio unitario por traer un pantalón de China a la Ciudad de México.
O sea, ¿cómo puedes competir como negocio cuando esto está pasando? Y esto está pasando no nada más en el negocio de la ropa, para que lo sepan, está pasando en todo tipo de negocio. Esto, lo que está viviendo esta mujer, es literalmente lo que Donald Trump está gritando de, güey, tenemos que parar esto de cierta forma porque nos está jodiendo. No podemos crear nada, no podemos abrir fábricas, no podemos hacer nada, porque China literalmente puede venderte lo que nosotros hacemos por $100 por 1 centavo.
Cuando de Tehuacán a la Ciudad de México son 4 horas de camino y de China a la Ciudad de México son 30 días en barco. Todo esto entra de contrabando. Y yo hablo del sector textil, pero todos los sectores estamos siendo afectados.
Tiene toda la razón del mundo en todo tipo de productos.
Toda la mano de obra nacional nos estamos quedando sin trabajo por la forma tan desmedida que está entrando el contrabando chino a nuestro país. Doctora Claudia.
Ahora ahí la voy a tener, voy a dejar de compartir esto rápido, ya voy a traer a Farhan y Alex ahora, pero lo que tienen que entender viendo eso es, no va a cambiar. La razón por la que no va a cambiar no es porque a México no le interese el comercio, ni las tarifas, ni nada, es porque quien está encargado de importaciones, ese güey se está clavando toda la lana por cada contenedor que entra, le dan una lana para decir, eso nunca va a cambiar. Nunca va a cambiar. Yo sé que le han contado a todo el mundo que se acabó la corrupción del gobierno de México y que mucha gente efectivamente lo cree, pero yo creo que aquí lo están viendo en frente de todos ustedes. Y este es el problema más grande de todo y donde tenemos, y esto es que todos vamos a tener una nueva transición a una nueva realidad, donde tenemos que cambiar todas estas cosas porque justamente lo que China le está haciendo a México nos ha hecho a nosotros. En fin, esto fue más o menos lo que básicamente nadie me preguntó. Vámonos rápidamente a ver todos los precios, todo lo que ustedes gusten, hijos. Vamos a ver. Y por cierto, una vez más, para toda la gente que esté entrando, no estamos en vivo en el eTrading Academy. La razón por qué es porque nuestro host de videos nos dijo que estamos mandándole muchísimo tráfico y que nos tenían que subir los precios brutalmente. Ayer firmé el contrato, hicimos todo eso, pero todavía no lo ponen. Debería quedar en unas horas. 1000 disculpas. Esta es la única. Aquí vamos a estar para cualquier cosa que necesiten, por supuesto. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, lo que quiero traer a todos es, para todos ustedes que estén interesados en tradear con nosotros, quieran aprender, quieren recargarse una comunidad, tenemos nuestro Discord que es absolutamente gratuito. Cáiganle al Discord, como de que no. Aquí lo tienen, súper fácil de usar, por cierto. Le das clic al enlace que está aquí abajo y, por cierto, ahorita lo voy a poner en X. Le das clic acá, te vas a encontrar con esto y puedes ver los análisis de Alex, ¿no? Los análisis de Farhan. Todos los menús están a la izquierda, por cierto. Chat general con toda la gran banda que hay por acá. Si no entiendes varias cosas de las que hablamos, el lingo aquí está en inglés y en español también, para que lo tengan. Vengan a dejar sus testimoniales, vengan a leer las noticias, preguntarnos lo que sea, pero sobre todo se quieren recargar en gente que sabe. La comunidad acá, honestamente, ha estado trabajando fuerte y estamos en un excelente lugar con esto, ¿ok? Con eso simplemente quería compartir y también para todos los que quieren aprender cómo exactamente tradear futuros o que quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, se meten aquí en el sitio de eTrading Academy. Déjame asegurarme que lo esté poniendo. Sí. Te metes en Tutos, brother. Una vez en Tutos, le picas a cómo tradear en Bluffing, absolutamente gratis. Es un video para que todo el mundo lo vea. 5 minutos, te enseña cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usar futuros, cómo usar la cuenta, cómo hacer todo lo que necesites hacer para que puedas tradear. Todo esto es gratis. Así que cáiganle, aquí los vemos y hoy en la tarde queda esto. Mañana tenemos clase para todos ustedes para que lo sepan. Pero bueno, alrighty, boys, let's fucking get going. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Buenos dias. I actually forgot my Spanish. I'm doing
There
pretty
you
well.
Fucking
I woke up.
disgusting.
I actually woke up a little bit early today than I usually do. I usually wake up sometime around like 7:30. I woke
Why?
up today at like 6 because I have to take my girlfriend to work.
Oh, what a responsible adult we have here.
Yeah, I don't like her to take the Uber by herself, so I usually drop her off at work.
Especially not in Cancun. They have a reputation of asking for a lot of money.
Oh yeah, so I drop her off at work, then I get back to the house and just get ready for the live stream. But today she woke me up at like 6:45. She wanted to go to the gym.
Oh wow.
What?
Yeah, but it takes a special type of person to work out that early in the morning.
Exactly. Not even I can do it, to be honest with you. Even I
Yeah.
wake up early and all that crap, I just can't do it. What's
You
going
can't
on,
say
my
no
boy?
though. Can't say no. You just got to go along with it.
Exactly.
You gotta
No, what the fuck are you gonna say?
Pick and
You
choose
wanna-
your battles.
You want to start a fight? I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so.
Hey,
let's get going with Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
So we can
as long
get,
as I get
mhm.
as long as I get to choose between flan or tres leches, that's the only battle I want to win.
There you go. There you go. That's the only. By the way, that's the only battle worth fighting for.
Anything else? Probably not gonna risk it. All right, let us get started on Bitcoin with. Come on. My trading view is being a little autistic at the moment. All right, I'll start with the weekly. So right now on the weekly, we did get what we were looking for from the last stream, where we had multiple rejections of the median and we wanted to retest this bottom 38.2%. We basically got that. We kind of front ran this 38.2% by a little bit, which kind of pissed me off because I had my bids at that 38.2%, and they front ran me by like $100, and I never got filled. I had to end up longing another higher low. Because right now I am assuming that this is going to be the low, and I have my stop loss at this wick low. So this would be basically this much of a risk loss from this entry. So this wick low is about 3.5%, versus the median would be a natural target if the bottom 38.2% does hold. And that would be a risk to the upside of about, fuck. By the way, fuck is not the risk.
I was wondering.
About 11%, 12% to the upside. Assuming that this wick low does hold, mostly this wick low I'm looking to hold, we should hit the median from here. Probabilistically, we have a 61.8% chance of hitting the median as long as this bottom 38.2% does hold. If we look at our momentum, it is currently shifted to the downside, while volatility is expanding, making it a little bit less likely that it will hold. But right now, as long as it is holding, it's worth the risk to take, especially with the odds in your favor. 2 week right now is a little bit nicer than the weekly, considering we tested exactly to the bottom 38.2%. I should have placed my bids based off of this 2 week. I guess I was acting a little retarded, especially because it's a higher time frame. It has more weight. And we retested perfectly to this 9 EMA right on the 2 week. If you notice during our uptrend phases, whenever this 9 EMA is held, we've basically just went up only. Right now, this 9 EMA is still holding. Nothing has really changed. You got to assume the trend is going to stay until this structure is broken. Once the 9 EMA is lost, that's when we start our phase of consolidation and down. When we lost the 9 EMA, we lost it right around here. We ended up dropping another 19% from there. So if we were to do 19% from the bottom of this 9 EMA, somewhere right there, brings us down roughly to around $72,000 to $73,000. If you guys remember that number from the past streams, very significant $72,000 to $74,000 area. Same number that both me and Alex are coming up with if we were to actually break down. As of right now, we don't have the breakdown yet because we're still holding that bottom 38.2%. The only other time that we lost at 9 EMA, we also lost the bottom 38.2%. And as long as that 38.2% holds, it's still in an uptrend, and it's still the same structure that we have during our up-only phases. And the target from this bottom 38.2%, assuming it holds on a closing basis, it's about 11 days and 10 hours. And after a target from like the weekly would be the median, but you'd have a 61.8% chance of hitting the median. If you were to take that from this bottom 38.2%, that's roughly 27% to the upside with a 3.5% risk to the downside. Quite good odds of risk and reward if I do say so myself. Right now, the monthly is in a corrective posturing, especially since you rejected the median 1, 2, 3, 4 times. You would have a probability of hitting the bottom 38.2% after many rejections to the median. That's only once you lose your 5 EMA. That's one of the reasons why I like to use the 5 EMA in conjunction with the HPDR, because you can use the 5 EMA to give you higher probabilities of hitting 38.2% or not. And as of right now, we are holding the 38.2%. That's what makes this $91,000 area so significant, because that's where the 5 EMA is at, $90,935. You lose $91,000, probably going to get a very aggressive dump, probably going to capitulate down towards this bottom 38.2%. And right now, that's sitting at $69,300. That's sitting at the 2021 cycle highs. If you were to even you wouldn't have really
that's fucking nuts. I didn't even fucking think about that.
Yeah,
and that would at that point, getting a confirmation of the bear market would just be a formality, because you would be down how much from the all-time highs? About 37% from the all-time highs. That wouldn't be that's not necessarily enough in itself to tell you that we're in a bear market. What likely will is, once you're that low, you're going to confirm 2-week bearish divergence, you're going to confirm monthly bearish divergence, you're going to confirm quarterly bearish divergence. That pretty safe to say that we're in a bear market at that point, because the monthly and the quarterly bearish divergences have a 100% hit rate. 100% meaning not a single one has ever failed to initiate the bear market. Right now, monthly momentum is pointed to the downside right now. Technically, it's pointed up, but it's in a corrective posturing because it's still above the moving average, and volatility is trying to shift back up, but it's still below the moving average. Right now, giving us bias towards the upside is that the jewel is still curved around, and it's curving back around right at this pink, while the pink is above the yellow, and it's still within the bullish control zone. If you were to draw with the vertical line, the last time the jewel crossed back up at the pink, right there, and right there. We only have 2 instances of this ever happening before. Let me do it right here. Let's do it right there. And see what happened on price action on both of those 2 instances where we had this happen. That was quite the move. I can't see that. I can't see that. 6,167% to the upside. That's quite the move, I would say. Although I could be wrong. Maybe for some of you guys, that's nothing. And then 635% to the upside. So it seems like it was divided by 10. Let's take that same relationship and apply 60% to the upside. Oops, a little too much. Hey, what do you know? 60% brings us exactly to this top 38.2%. Isn't that funny how that works? That top 38.2% right now sits at $165,000. You guys remember the target of that quarterly hidden bullish divergence, $169,000? Very interesting. A little bit of worrying information, though, is that the momentum is starting to flip down on the quarterly. We have not confirmed it yet. It will confirm in 1 month and 13 days. So basically, an eternity in cryptocurrency land. If it does flip down, though, very highly probable that we're going to test that bottom 38.2%. Right now, that sits at about $57,600. So it's going to be, you got to be quite the autistic retard to think that we're not in a bear market if we're below $60,000. Although there's going to be people who is going to say buy the higher low or buy the dip.
Well, how do you feel like, for example, in Solana, last cycle high, definitely once Solana went under 44% from that cycle high was over, and it's like done it already.
Very worrying information. As long as these levels on Bitcoin hold, though, it should be set to the upside, but we've seen crazier things than a $8,000 daily candle.
Yes,
we saw several of them in November, so to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
Very and not difficult at all to see those same moves to the downside. I mean, we see them right there. This is one quarterly candle of 65% to the downside. In this one, it was 63% to the downside. Very similar number. Bitcoin likes to move in patterns or waves. Right now, we are entering into the bullish control zone on the monthly for the quarterly for the first time ever since 2021 cycle high, or the 2021 moves to the cycle highs. And right now we have how many closures within the bullish control zone? One closure. We're working on a second closure. So let's mark it off of after the one closure point, and let's just mark it off the one closure point on this one, and see how much higher we went after the one closure point. It was literally the cycle top on 2021 cycle. What do you call it? When the jewel went into the bullish control zone, we after we went into the bullish control zone, we dumped another 16% before getting to our 2021 all-time highs, which was about another. Wow, that's actually pretty good. 16% to the downside versus 97% to the upside. Pretty amazing. And for a quarterly setup, you would be kind of lobotomized if you would use leverage on a quarterly setup. The reason for that, by the way, is because on a quarterly, it's going to take so much time to play out. There's going to be a lot of fuckery in between. You're just opening yourself up to getting liquidated. Plus, the quarterly is going to have such big moves that you don't really need leverage. Because you just saw 96% to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, from the jewel flipping back around, we've only done 17% to the upside. Not very much at all. If you were to take it to that $160,000 number, that'd be about 75% to the upside. Still less than it did last time. But we also have to remember every time around, it's going to be less powerful than it was the last. Because the market cap is growing and it's becoming more of a legitimate asset. Versus how when Bitcoin in its early days in 2013, 2014, when it was the equivalent of today's fart coin, would do wild swings. Like it would do 600% in one of these several week rallies. Sometimes 1,200%. I wish I was around to trade the volatility back then. Not enough data to go off that one. Right now, the 2 week it does have momentum to the downside with volatility pointed up, and the jewel is firing off a God mode sell signal, which is a little bit of worrying information. Hopium right now is that why can't I do this right? Is that momentum is dropping below all of these lows here, while price is making a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm that divergence is going to be to close above at $102,514. Do confirm that. That's going to make it significantly higher probability than 61.8% that you're going to hit this median. Right now, that median sits at $120,000. Significantly new all-time highs. About 10% off of our current all-time highs. Almost certainly the 5-day setup fires off at that point, and we're going to go a lot higher, probably to that top 38.2%, which is right now at 154,710. But until we get that close over 102,514, it's just going to be a possibility. No confirmed hidden bullish divergence until that point. The way to invalidate the possibility of that divergence is going to be to close below, on 2 week, below 89,224, which will then confirm many drives of bearish divergence, confirm monthly bearish divergence, and quarterly bearish divergence, probably coming down at a minimum to this 55 EMA, which currently sits at about $60,000. Weekly right now is flipping back down on momentum with volatility support. We have, no, we don't. Right now, as long as this 38.2% is holding, likely not to get a breakdown. But once we lose this $92,000 area, I guess you can front run the 91,000 because of this 38.2%. Lose the $92,000 area, the 21 is likely not going to hold. Probably going to go straight to probably get a little bit of a pity bounce here though, right around that $89,000 area where these previous lows are. Maybe bounce up to somewhere around this $93,000 area. Very likely going to be a rejection at that point. Probably going to capitulate from there to the 55. Around the 55 sits at about $73,000. So you guys remember that number? Very significant number. Probably going to get another little pity bounce there. Get all the people who bought the CME gap to think that they're geniuses. Probably going to double down on leverage, and then it's probably going to nuke again towards the 100, which right now is sitting at $60,000. 5-day momentum is pointed to the downside. Volatility is pointed up. Jewel's giving a sell signal. Not looking good, bruvs. Right now, if you lose this 38.2%, which is sitting at $94,000, same area as before, about $2,000 higher, very likely going to break down, especially on a closing basis. That's going to bring you down towards the 55 EMA. Right now, the 55 EMA is sitting at $80,000. Somewhere around 80 to maybe 77,000 is where you're very likely to get a short-term bounce for that CME gap fill. A lot of people are going to be bidding in that area, probably get a short-term bounce, very likely to be a lower high and then a dump again, because you're going to be taking all of these lows, and there's nothing really but thin air from this point to this point, because we just went straight up. We don't really have any price history in these points. And usually whenever you have that, you don't have much support in these points either. So the price just slices through it like a hot knife through butter. You can call them inefficiencies. Right now, the hopium is that on the 2-day momentum is shifting back up, with volatility is shifting down. Usually gives you a setup of hitting the median. Right now, what gives us a lot of confluence around that median area is it's right around this bunch of EMAs, which is sitting right around $98,716. If you get over this area, the macro low is very likely in, probably going to go back to all-time highs. Not exactly all-time highs, but just below them at around $105,000, and you would have to close over 98,716. If you get that, probably can front run this closing, and probably going to go to somewhere around 105 to 109. The bearish hopium is that momentum keeps going up while volatility keeps going down. If we reject this median in 98.7, then momentum shifts down, volatility shifts up, and then we're probably going to go straight to this 100, sitting somewhere on 8K. Daily is momentum shifted down, right around this bearish control zone. Volatility is shifted up. We're dancing right at this bottom 38.2%. On yesterday's close, we held it, but now we are currently below it slightly. Right now, it's sitting at $95,797, so $95,800, which is also right around this 9 EMA, because if you notice, we do have a silver cross to the downside right now. And as long as this 9 EMA is rejecting 96,466, probabilities are that this silver cross is going to play out to the downside, and we're going to dump to somewhere around this 200. I say the 200 because the 100 has been tested many times before. And right now, the 200 sits at $80,000. Invalidation is going to be, you want to see at very least a close over this 38.2% on the daily, which is $95,800. But more, if you want to be a lot more, like if you're more conservative, you would want to see a close over this 90 EMA, which is right now at 96,500. If you get that, then highly probable this silver cross to the downside is not going to play out. Probably going to get a move somewhere around 105. But until that happens, it's more likely the silver cross will continue to play out. And if you notice, the last time we had a silver cross to the downside on the daily, did it cross here? Nope, not quite. Right there. This was in August of 2024, right during our summers of sideways before we went to $49,000. We cross right there on this candle. So from this close to the wick low, we dropped another 15%. So let's do 15% from where we confirmed it. Right there from the open. What do you know? It brings us right down to this 200 SMA. Very nice how that works out, sitting at $80,000. That is quite worrying for people on the bullish side like me, myself, and I, because that would pretty much guarantee that the end of the bull market is here. If we go down to $80,000 and don't immediately bounce, because then we get 2-week, monthly, and quarterly bearish divergences. So let's just cross our fingers and pray that doesn't happen and pretend that we didn't just see that. Change the time frame until it fits your bias. Right now, the 4-hour momentum is flipped down. Technically, it's up because it's at the moving average, and it's right at the reset zone. This is the area where it's going to be the deciding point where the bulls are going to take over in the short term or the bears, because we're also sitting right at this median, bouncing right off the median. Median's at $95,800. As long as we hold this median, we should get a test of this 38.2%, which is around $96,000, $97,000, which would then break momentum to the upside with volatility support and probably goes higher. And right now we do have a close over this 221, which has been resistance basically and since this breakdown happened. So assuming we can close over this median at the least, and then more preferably over this 21, likely that we're probably going to retest somewhere around these highs, around like $97,000 to $98,000. Lose that median and that 21 EMA though, probably going to come back down to this bottom 38.2%, right around like 94.8. This is going to be the area where bulls are going to absolutely have to hold to make a higher low here, or you're probably going to go dump down to $92,000 and probably lower. Right now, a little bit of hopium though. Come on, fuck. Is that the jewel is starting to curve back around on the 4 hour and get out of the bearish control zone. Mark with a vertical line every time that's happened before. Oops. Like this one was a little bit earlier. Right there. Now let's zoom in. This one was kind of a failure. Actually, definitely was a failure because it dumped dumped about 6.6%, and then it eventually pumped 0.88%. That one's a failure. This one pumped about 9 to 10% to the upside. Yeah, 9%. This one was pretty big. 15%, pretty big. I joke, but it is a 4 hour setup, so 15% is decent amount for 4 hour. But this one was about 3.5%. This one was another failure. And this one was not really a failure, just pretty small, 1% to the upside. So 1% to the upside at a minimum number, if we were to take it from this close, brings us to about the number we've already hit. So the bearish hopium would be that we've already fulfilled that setup, and now we're going to go down. Take it about 3.5% to the upside. For the medium move, brings us to about 98.9. Very similar as that previous median and those bunch of EMAs. Very interesting. And then if you take it 15% to the upside, or 15%. Brings us to current all-time highs. Very interesting. A little bit of worrying information though on 4 hours, very close to losing the median. We're going to close in 49 minutes, basically 15 minutes, medians at $95,800. Lose that, very likely going to retest these lows. Then at that point, probably going to break down. Ding! Like we mentioned before, quarterly still has that active hidden bullish divergence and 3 drives, which would give you an implied target of hitting the critical zone as long as you're closing above $58,890, which right now the critical zone sits at a pretty ridiculous number of $169,000. Very beautiful number, if I do say so. Monthly has possible bearish divergence, which has been possible for the past couple of, I would say, 2 or 3 months now. And you are going to confirm it if you close below 89,224. Keep that number in the back of your mind. Because if you close below that number, you would have bearish divergence, first time confirmed since the 2021 cycle high. And what happened after the 2021 cycle high is bear market. Then you had it in January of 2020. Afterwards, you dumped about how much from the high to the low? About almost 60%. Oh, January of 2020. That was right before the COVID dump. Very interesting. So I guess, was it really a black swan if we had hidden bearish divergence on the monthly? Or maybe we would have gotten a dump anyways, but not as severe. And then after this hidden bearish divergence, we dropped. This was in the 2019 cycle top. About 53%, very close to that 59% number here. Then see if we have other bearish divergence. Oh, this looks like an example right there. We're going to have to zoom in a lot on this one because the price was trading so low. %86.5% to the downside. I wish I was there whenever Bitcoin was this fun. So as of right now, we do have that bearish divergence possible, not confirmed yet until we get that close below 89,224. And the way to get an easy target off of it is you would go look at the bottom of the bullish control zone and see what number that is. This RSI tells you what number that would be, and right now it sits at about $74,000. You guys remember that number? Very significant number. Below there, and this would be your minimum target off of the monthly bearish divergence. If you look below there, you would see the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at somewhere around 42,278. Very, very interesting because that's my bias for somewhere around the bear market bottom. Going to the quarterly, we also have noticed every single time we've made a cycle high, we've made a lower high in the RSI. Every single time we have 1, 2, 3 right here, 3 drives of bearish divergence possible, and that will confirm with a close below 89,200. No, that's on current one. Right now, it's a little bit more difficult to confirm that. It's $58,890. But on this next monthly, a quarterly closure, which is going to be around, I believe, June, end of June, I believe, that one is going to be 89,224 from that. And to get a minimum to get a realistic target off there is going to be the neutral zone. If you look at that, same number, very similar number to the monthly neutral zone, sitting at $43,800. This one also fits my bias. Now this is a little bit worrying. 2 week is starting to populate that bearish divergence, which is going to confirm as long as we close below $96,161. Close below there, this will confirm, and we're probably going to dump to somewhere around this 21 EMA at around $80,000. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. Well, it's a little bit close at this bullish control zone, or this simple moving average. Yeah, the bullish control zone right now at 86,782. 21 is sitting at right around $80,000, $81,000. So maybe a little bit lower than the bullish control zone and tap this 21 EMA. Maybe get a short-term bounce from there, but I would assume it'll eventually go lower. And to invalidate this divergence, we'd have to close above $102,514. If you close above there, then you're probably going to get that move to the upside, and that would confirm this inverse head and shoulders in the RSI, giving your target of the critical zone, and that would be $143,000. Going to come down to that $102,500 number or close below 96,161. And if this 2 week hit bullish bearish divergence does confirm, very likely to bleed into monthly, which bleeds into quarterly, and then the cycle is fun.
By the way, sorry, just because you said the COVID thing, I was on the phone with the video guys. You were saying that on the chart you found bearish divergence, right, on Bitcoin whenever COVID hit.
We had hidden bearish divergence 2 months before COVID dump.
Yeah, you also had a mega liquidity crisis, and also bonds were completely burst. So there was a lot of things. It was kind of like, oh, what a coincidence that COVID happened and it fixed all these things through insane money printing. It was just it was something that was on the charts before it happened, all around, which is crazy.
By the way, very convenient how that happened during that exact same time, huh?
Yeah, isn't that fucking crazy?
almost like they made it in a lab.
Oh.
And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, though.
Yeah.
I
Well,
definitely am. I definitely.
By
am.
the way, there's not such a thing as conspiracy theorists anymore. There's only the people that knew the truth and those that still refute it.
There's people who still say it didn't come from a lab, and that's a racist conspiracy theory.
My God.
So after this last 2 week bearish divergence, we dumped about 30%. So if you take 30% from here, brings us $70,000. Very interesting. Also very close to that $73,000 area. Pretty safe to say that at that point the monthly bearish divergence below 89,224 will confirm, unless you can see like a $20,000 pump in a week or two. Pretty safe to say that monthly bearish divergence will confirm, and then that will be the end of the cycle. I don't want to use the unforgivable T word. Excuse me before I say it. Top.
Ew. I hope no one clips you.
I felt so disgusting saying that word. Right now, weekly is very, very close to giving a volatility setup. We're at 3 periods of 0%. The moving average has not dropped below 15%. Last time that happened, that gave us our last beautiful America setup to the upside. The time before that happened, it gave us another beautiful America setup to the upside. The only time it's ever given us a space laser setup. Mm-hmm. Space laser setup was in the bear market during March of 2022, when we had our lower high at $48,000. Then we went from there to $15,000, dumped another 75%.
So there's also there's also a lot of correlation and confluence on if this fires off to the downside. Kind of a lot of things happen that already happened in those bear markets, huh? Like your 15% measurement that you didn't want to measure.
It would be like rhyming with all the previous cycles, which the cycles are not like exactly the same, but they do rhyme. They don't move exactly the same way in the same amount of numbers, but they have a similar pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just at the end of the day, just human emotion that drives the entire thing. Even though the market is entirely algo driven, there's people who program those algos.
Mm-hmm. Because they know how people react.
Yeah. If you were to dump, oh God, this hurts. Probably not going to be at 75% like it was last time, but let's just do like 50%. Brings you to $45,000. Very interesting, because it fits my bias beautifully. Let's just take 75% for funsies. All right, Alex, make sure not to cream your pants while I do the 75%.
Too late. No.
$25,000. Oh, good Lord. His pants are dirty.
I'm pre-rich. Let's go.
I'm spending it already. Just maxed out all my credit cards because I'm pre-rich.
Absolutely. It's happening. I saw it on a post on Twitter, so it must be
time to find out if that Amex really does have a limit or not. Actually, it does, by the way.
It does. It tremendously does.
And it's kind of a shit limit if you don't really use it.
Yep. It's whatever you use plus. I think back in the day it was like plus 50 or plus 65%. I'm sure that's way lower now.
Oh yeah, I found out the limit myself the hard way. The card getting declined, and the people in the store are like, "Oh, maybe you should call your bank." And when they really want to say, "Sucks to be poor."
Yep, it's like when I went with my black Amex thinking I was the shit to buy a Bentley, and they're like, "No, dude, we're not gonna take your American Express card to pay for this because we gotta pay the fee." I was like, oh. And then after I convinced him, I called Amex. I was like, all right, so I'm doing this. And they're like, no, buddy, you need to deposit the money into our account and then we'll pay for it. I was like, what's the point then? They're like, the points. I'm like, no.
Yeah, the amount you're going to pay in the fee is worth a lot more than those points.
No, you fucking idiots. Get out of here.
Just instead of using those points, just buy your own airline tickets.
Better off.
5-day already has confirmed bearish divergence. Arguable that it has played out since it has tapped the 21 EMA and has pretty much tapped the bearish control zone. If it continues to play out, though, you would have to see a close below right now. Which low? This low would do it. 94,166, and that'll very likely bring you towards the critical zone, and that's a pretty scary number because it sits at $49,000. Did it go lower? Let's see. Oh, it did. So 3-day right now does have possible hidden bullish divergence. We'd have to close above 98,852. Very interesting. You remember that median sitting at $98,700? That would also be a close over that median. So 98,852 confirms the hidden bullish divergence. And then from there, you would have a target of somewhere around the critical zone, which right now is sitting at $136,000. So basically 98,852 to the upside and 90, what was the previous one? 94,166 to the downside. Two-day is now resetting on volatility, getting very close to giving us another volatility setup. Will it be a United States setup or a space laser setup? We have yet to find out. Right now, we do have possible hidden bullish divergence on the two-day as well, where if we close above the same number, 98,852, that will confirm. So I guess that's the number that takes us to new all-time highs, most likely, sitting at 98,852. Not very difficult to get right now, but closing below 94,166 is what probably sends us to Hades. And they're both roughly the same distance apart from price action right now. It's exactly one of those situations where you can say it can go up or down. You're getting a lower low. This is 95,663. Yep, lower low. $97. Okay, so there is some slight hidden bullish divergence on the daily as well. Same number as before, 98,852. And then that would also be on the back of this volatility setup with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of 0% volatility. The moving average is now caught up as well. It's prime for a setup. And what's giving some bearish hopium right now is that the jewel is just about to give a sell signal. It's flipped dark blue, but has not confirmed it yet, and they will confirm in the next 8.5 hours. Bulls have 8.5 hours to keep this above this candle's close at 95,663, or this will confirm into a sell signal, and this volatility setup might play out to the downside. The confirmation of the volatility setup playing to the downside, though, is going to be below 91,341. Then you're probably going to go pretty quickly towards the 200, which right now sits at about $80,000. Last time we had this volatility set up from 0% was right about here when it became a beautiful United States setup late 2024. Other times 0%. Oh, that was a dump. That was in around June of 2024. That was during our right before that Japan crisis. So we expanded from here. We dumped 31%. So let's just take 31% to the downside from here. Brings us to $67,000. Very close to that previous $68,000 target from the RSI. Right now, hopium is at the 4-hour, does have a bullish divergence within the bearish critical zone, and volatility is sitting at extreme lows. So right now, we have tapped the 55, arguable, and the middle of the RSI. Arguable that it has played out. To get continuation on this divergence, you'd have to close above 96.74, it's from higher. $97,065. Then you would get this volatility expansion, targets from around the critical zone, and that would be sitting at $105,000 right now. Very similar number to what we saw before at $105,000. Let's see, last time we had this volatility setup play out from 0%. This one was a setup, but it wasn't at 0%. This one pumped. $2.76%. Kind of nothing. This one was a dump. $7%. This one was quite massive. Okay. From expansion. Oh, it expanded on the dump and then it played out to the upside. That was first initially 16.5%, followed by 20% to the upside. So let's take the smaller number first of 7%. Let's say it expands right there. 7% brings us to about $3,600. And then the 20% number brings us to $115,000. Right now, in validation of this bullish divergence, is going to be a close below 95,090. And then you're likely going to tap the simple moving average at the very least, which right now sits at $92,000. And then below there is going to be the bearish critical zone, which right now is at about $86,000. Hopium is that the jewel is curved around and giving us that buy signal. Ding. Why is it not clicking? Show the quarterly. Quarterly momentum is still pointed up with volatility expanding from the lowest level it's ever been. Although once this flips down, we're probably deep within the bear market. This one is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $60,600. One thing that I like to see is that we're dancing right around this 161.8%, which also makes this level very important, where if we were to lose this $89,000 area, very likely you're going to dump at the minimum to this 5 EMA, which right now is at about $77,000, lines up right up with that CME gap. Likely to get a little bit of a bounce there, but once you're this low, you're going to have confirmed monthly and bi-weekly hidden regular bearish divergence. You're probably going to dump more from there towards this 9 EMA, which lines up perfectly with our golden pocket right now. Probably going to get another bounce there, sitting somewhere around 63,000. Eventually towards the 21, however. And right now the 21 sits at, what do you know, $45,000. Love it whenever your bias fits like that. On the monthly, we're getting volatility contraction very close to that 15%. The last time we got monthly volatility expansion was during our United States setup of late 2023, and the only other time that we've ever gotten that setup was during the bear market, and this one was a massive space laser setup. This one was to the downside, volatility expansion right there. Here's the low. About 67% down. Let's do 67% down from here. Oh man, that's at $30,000. Let's just pretend we didn't see that.
You keep pulling those fucking insane targets to the downside.
That'd be pretty scary. I kind of feel like that doesn't happen. Right now, the hopium is, though, the momentum is still pointed up. It's bouncing right at the edge of the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 92.7. So that's another point of confluence with that 92s area. 91s, 92s, very, very significant. 2-week right now is getting volatility contraction, which is nice to see while momentum is pointed down, and it's going to be pointed down below 99,970. So $100,000 is going to flip momentum up. Very round number of $100,000. Weekly is getting 3 periods of 0% volatility. Momentum has now dropped below the moving average. Last time it gave us a United States setup. This time, if volatility starts expanding, it's likely going to give us a space laser setup because we are rejecting the critical zone. We're pointed down below $105,450.
Oh, damn.
That's quite high. It's $9,000 above where we are right now.
Did it move up from last week?
Let's see.
I think it was at 102.
Yeah, because that seems higher, actually.
$101,764. So it did go up.
Wow.
That's not good.
My
5-day
math
right
teacher
now
would be
is
proud.
Mhm.
My math teacher would be so proud. Not because of any mathematics that I'm doing live right here. I'm not doing any calculations whatsoever, but because I learned how to say all the numbers. So there you go. Expectations were really low.
Hey, my calculus teacher would be proud that I'm not fucking off on solidmargin.com right now. Paid attention in basically 0 of those classes. Then I was surprised when I had an 11 in the class. It wasn't my fault though. No, it wasn't my fault.
No, of course not.
Right now on the 5-day, volatility is contracting. It was very close to getting an expansion. Now it's once again close, but it's still below the moving average. Momentum is currently pointed down below 103,950, and we're getting right to the edge of the bearish control zone. Right now, these dots are where the momentum is projected to go after the next close, and this is right around the edge of the bearish control zone. Once it gets here, I want to see where this pivot goes. If it does go down and it goes down significantly, that's going to be very extreme, not just bullish, it's going to be extremely bullish, because then you're going to be bouncing from the edge of the bearish control zone, which gives you a target of hitting the bullish control zone. Not only that, but then you would have multiple drives of hitting bullish divergence from these from this higher low, because it's low higher of a low than all of these lows here, significantly higher of a low, but momentum dropped way low, and that would easily take you to new all-time highs. But right now, we just have to see in the next 8.5 hours where this pivot goes to. I will keep you fellas updated on iMessage. Today is once again giving us that setup, just dropping below that 15% area. Hopium right now is momentum is trying to flip back up on the 2-day. We're right at the edge of the critical zone, pretty close to the critical zone, and we will flip up if we close above $96,900. We're like $500 above below that number right now. This would be the projection of the momentum. Right now, it's still sitting within the bearish control zone. If we can flip above this number, likely takes us up towards somewhere around this neutral zone. From there, it's going to be the decision time, where if bulls can close it above that neutral zone, it will give us hidden bullish divergence, and it will invalidate this drip of death, probably give us a drip of life, taking us to all-time highs. Daily is also right around that edge, also with that volatility setup looming. And anytime now, the setup is going to fire off. And right now, we're also at the edge of this bearish control zone, and we will flip up if we stay to the upside if we can close above 96,670 or 96,700. Right now, we are flipped to the upside on the daily. On the 2-day, we are currently flipped down. So that does give more probabilities that we can close over this number, and the 2-day will flip up. If we flip the daily down, that will bleed into the 2-day flipping down, and then we very likely get a breakdown. That number is going to be $96,660 that we absolutely have to maintain today. If we maintain that, keep momentum to the upside, flip the 2-day to the upside, very high probabilities this momentum of volatility setup will play to the upside, because that would give us a rejection of the bearish control zone, targeting the bullish control zone. Forex also has that volatility setup. We're just now getting above the moving average, very close to getting above 15%. And right now, momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $94,070. So all the high time frames are still pretty bullish on Bitcoin, where momentum is pointed up on the quarterly above $60,600. Momentum on the monthly is pointed up as long as they're above $92,600, and that's the area where it's going to come down to, where if you fail to hold that $92,000 area, this is probably going to dump pretty aggressively and probably going to capitulate towards $80,000. Get a little bit of a pity bounce there. down towards $73,000, $74,000. Probably another pity bounce there, and then then to somewhere around $60,000. I'd expect another pity bounce there and eventually find its way around somewhere around $45,000. And this whole thing probably takes somewhere around like a year to a year and a half to play out. If we can close on a daily or preferably a 2-day over $98,514, however, or preferably $98,900, that would give us a close over that median and likely send us up to new all-time highs with multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Close below that $92,000 area, though, you'd have bearish divergences start confirming all over the board, and you're probably going to initiate the bear market. So right now, it's genuinely one of those it can go up or down situations.
Fucking excellent. That's great news.
What's even better news is that my AC just decided to stop working.
Oh, phenomenal.
Let's see here. Okay, cool. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, yesterday was nice for bears for a moment. I mean, we had a mini false breakdown. I say false because we look at the daily here. Did it reclaim? Yeah, it still held support, and you can see here the support's just been holding and holding and holding. Once we start losing, in my opinion, that 95,500, which I think it would be easier to gauge the 38.2% right there. It's right at 95.4, so I guess we can call it 95.4 in a daily close. It'll definitely confirm that we're now losing the bottom of this range, and we're now breaking down on the HBDR. With volatility as low as it is, we'd have to be gauging at very minimum a move back to the range lows at 91K. But then at that point, you're already testing these lows here. Any hopium with the bulls that, what we saw in the beginning of, I think it was this month. Yeah, in the beginning of this month being some kind of higher low would diminish if we come back, to the 91Ks. So it's definitely something to be looking out for. I think Farn, hit the nail pretty nicely on the head of just where market is at right now and how important it is for bulls to step in basically here. Yesterday, we actually hit let me see here, daily EMA 100. Let me delete the ARP line. So yeah, we actually hit that yesterday, and that essentially solidified our Academy TP1 from our 100K short that we took here. Not a bad move. So I was gauging right there kind of the reaction, and bulls definitely stepped in. So it's just the same thing. As long as we're above here, bulls are going to try to solidify this being some kind of bottom. It's not until we really start losing like that 95.4 and then coming down and closing dailies under the EMA 100, where once we do that, I'll really start to look for, especially that daily volatility to really start firing off and us to actually get a breakdown. But until then, we're just still in this chop zone, and, we're just kind of flirting at the bottom of it right now. So it would make sense for bulls to really try to push up today, in my opinion. That way, then people who are looking like me at this silver cross on the daily, this could then start unworking that out, because it, I believe, confirmed yesterday. Let me see. Now it is going to confirm possibly today. Is it this exchange? Yeah, it has not confirmed yet, but the idea is this will confirm as far and showed, and generally that's just showing there's just bearish momentum in the markets whenever that does. Let me see here. Perfect. Let's see. Still something to gauge though is, if you are a bull, you're really trying to just, in my opinion, get back a weekly back above the 96,500 region. You're really trying to just have the daily, like what was yesterday, a quick liquidity grab, goes down to the daily EMA 100, and then the weekly can actually close above the 9. If it can do that, then it'll start honestly looking better for a move back up to 99,200. Reclaiming that, then, just like Farn mentioned, that 98.8 to 99,300, it's very important for Bitcoin, because anytime we actually start reclaiming that, that's generally when we either make a new high in that range, like here we made a new high, and then here we made a new high, or that's just a good gauge of bullish consolidation where the hopium would be the weekly median would start coming down. But until then, I mean, we're still under it. This is now the third week where we're under it. So bulls and bears are going to be battling this week, because bulls are really going to try to trap bears, pump us back up, and get us back above 99,300, while bears are really going to try to get to work. If we look at the lower time frames here, we're essentially in a downtrend. So, bears are essentially going to try to solidify this being the next lower high, and they're going to try to start making their way down now. If we really start breaking and, in my opinion, taking out this high here, it's going to start looking like we're going to at least test the 97,400, if not all the way at that EMA 100 on the lower time frames, the 6 hour. But you can see that's a big rejection point. So it is something to watch if we do get up there. But remember, bears are going to try to solidify this being the next lower high. So meaning they're going, in my opinion, they're going to try to reject us now. People getting pre-positioned in New York, post New York Open. And then, we essentially here nuke down for the actual move today, because, markets are in tune to kind of look for these liquidity grabs, these wicks, and then long. And I mean, granted, it has been working out very well. I think I just deleted that. Has been working out very well. I think I can go back actually 1 second. Okay, cool. That's nice that TradingView has that, honestly. Whenever you get these major liquidity grabs that just lead to a major wick on the daily, we do go up and just kind of grind up slowly. So, that's kind of what bulls are going to try to do again, while bears are going to use that as like a trap and reject this today, solidifying the silver cross to the downside. So that's Bitcoin. I mean, really not much has changed. I was looking yesterday very, closely at the 12 hour. Because very much like on all time frames, we have a pretty big volatility set up on the 12 hour, and it was making its way close to breaking out, but as we can see now, it's reset again, and we even have 2 more reads of zero volatility. So what we saw yesterday was not even really the real move on bear's side. So we're going to try to see them get to work and do that, break us down here soon. Or, if bulls really do start getting back above specifically the 99,300 region, then we're going to run the risk of this volatility expanding to the upside. And then possibly then that means the daily pivot flips up and we actually start reclaiming the moving averages. This silver cross doesn't happen. And then we see the daily volatility setup fire off, leading to the 5-day setup, just like each and every time in this bull market. It's kind of been how it's been going. We, dump aggressively, and then that dump doesn't go anywhere. We slowly start grinding up from that point, and then we make a new high. So, it's going to be quite important. Let's look at Tether dominance, because at least will help me gauge where we're at. And so we do still have the daily silver cross. We do see we're at the daily 9. We did yesterday reject the 4.69% though. So again, just ties into Bitcoin bulls are really going to try to pump us now, while this simply just starts rejecting. While bears are now going to try to bounce from this point. This was, yes, it hit resistance. This was, now the 4th tap. But we're still holding the bullish structure, because we're still above our EMA 9, which, we still have that silver cross. That's the hopium right now. So again, just it can go up or down, but in my opinion, this is still looking bullish to me. I mean, yesterday we did take out these highs here. We're still holding this breakout channel as support, and even after reclaiming the 9, since when it got lost, we're just basing off of it, and this would be the 3rd day of being back above it. Generally, on those 3rd days, you get on the 3rd candle, you usually get a move, especially on the daily. So it will be interesting to me to see, okay, do we bounce from this point, or do we actually start losing this daily 9? And then we're going to get more of a move closer to that 4.42%. If you really start losing that, or the daily EMA 21, we have to look then at the EMA 100, but coming back down there would not look good to me, because then you're taking out this low, and it'll most likely start looking like we're going to come back down to the low 4% on Tether dominance. But until then, that's still holding the hopium on the daily. That we're just testing the silver cross currently, while the 5-day is still expanding. But we're still held down by the EMA 34. So today we actually could see that get reclaimed. It's going to be an interesting point to see, especially if we reclaimed it, lost it, reclaimed it here. This then just could be an aggressive back test, quickly got reclaimed, and then we can, presumably look higher, and make the assumption that this 4.69% is going to break. But it's still, holding price down along with the 34 on the 5-day. But I'm still gonna have the bias that any kind of move down is just for Tether dominance a breather before going up, because we are still expanding on the 5-day. And if we go and view the weekly now too, the weekly is even looking better in my opinion. We see here the weekly is actually expanding, confirmed on this week now, or last week's closure, I mean. And granted, we're not above the moving average yet, so that's the hopium for bulls, or I guess the Tether bears here, Tether dominant bears, is that we could reject it, but with this looking the way it's looking kind of primed to me. I mean, and this could bleed into Bitcoin catching bearish momentum, which, granted, it has. I mean, since we identified this 5-day already breaking out when basically in the beginning of this month, we granted lots of chop, but so far it has been true. I mean, bears have been taking more control, and really my bias started to solidify bearish momentum and just more control with bears was once I saw that 5-day corresponding with this channel breakout. But then you just sprinkled a weekly on it as well, and I mean, it's looking like it's just getting started. So in that case, you're going to want to start seeing this reject pretty harshly soon, or this will just lead to consolidation before making a new high. I'm curious to see how the HPDR looks, and we can see here weekly median still is very heavily down. Weekly EMA 9 is now supporting and kind of solidifying this channel into next week. This will move up closer to the 4.42%. It's going to be important that we just hold that on the weekly. But we can see, if we go to if we really do start moving here, you are getting congestion here on the weekly, but that's why I like the 5-day view as well, because the 5-day is very close to breaking out. And once this does break out on the 5-day HPDR chart, meaning we break the 38.2%, this could start bleeding into the weekly, breaking above specifically that 4.8%. The 4.8% is going to be important. So it's really still looking very bullish to me on Tether dominance. Lots of fuckery and chop, and markets are not making it easy for bears or bulls. The moment bears think, oh, we're finally doing it, we're finally breaking down, we get a big middle finger. No, we now need to make another lower high or just chop. And then bulls, anytime it looks like it's about to break out, it just leads to a major deviation. So markets are very predatory and hard right now, but as long as, we still are above the median, the EMA 9 on the daily, and most importantly, 4.42%, going to be looking at this as just bullish consolidation before making a new high. You really can see too, once we break above that 4.69%, you can see here we were under it, rejected, we broke above it. That just led us to us really gaining more bullish momentum here. And even here, once it got reclaimed, from that reclaim, yes, this didn't hold, but it still moved 9.68%. So that 4.69% is very important. Visually, you can see it's just been holding price down for quite a while now. But once we start really flipping that, to me, it'll really shift gears and just kind of give me more confirmation that Bitcoin potentially could have at least put in the T word, the topped. Bears could have full control, but we won't know yet, so we'll have to see. And this month is still a long time to go. But it's interesting to see this month because, you know, we still are rejecting that monthly 9 on Tether dominance. It's going to be quite interesting to see to me if we can actually get back above that. It's right around the 4.69%. But even visually, you can see this is going to be potentially the first month we're going to actually close above this channel. It's a meme channel, so you can't hold too much weight on that. But what would really be nice for me is to see this happen, but in confluence to getting a monthly closure above the 4.72%, wherever that monthly 9 is. That would start looking really good to me. But monthly volatility is still resetting, and it's still interesting to see that, you know, we have monthly volatility approaching at least extreme lows, we'll say. Some of the lowest point we've ever seen. You know, bear markets are aggressive. And when you call for a bear market, you're calling for just like a major downtrend on all price assets, especially on crypto. So, you know, it's interesting because if we do start going bear, let's say in a bear utopian world, you know, watch this start firing off, and this just kind of leads to that bear market collapse, bear market price action. It's interesting for me to see. I mean, that is just like some weird theory that I'm formulating here. But then you really start looking at the 2-month. The 2-month too is just resetting. So, you know, it is interesting because we saw this start really expanding in May. You know, and when this started to expand in May, let me see. Boom, meaning we got just above the moving average. You know, we really started to move here on Tether dominance. I mean, that 34%. So if this really does specifically on the monthly start resetting, March comes around, and then we really start moving down. I mean, Tether dominance monthly volatility is at the point where it has a lot of fuel to go down, meaning price goes down and this goes up because of just where we're at. So it's definitely something to watch because I do think if we do end up going into a bear market, this monthly BBWP is going to play a factor into that and potentially the length of it whenever this starts to expand. But this can take a while, of course. So, you know, Tether dominance is still looking good. It's going to be interesting today. It's like a battle. Let's see if we start holding that daily 9. We've already basically tapped it. So I'd expect, you know, bulls here to just start moving up. Daily is very close to breaking out, though. We have extreme volatility, low volatility on the daily, while Bitcoin still is giving us a setup. We finally have hit the daily 9. That has been a rejection point since we lost it. But, you know, bulls are still holding the hope alive because 95.5 still has held. Once we start losing that, it's really then going to start looking like, okay, we're going to test the EMA 100 again. Once you start getting dailies under that EMA 100, that's going to be my confirmation that, yeah, this market is not looking good. And we're most likely going to go to 91,000 at minimum. You know, because once you lose that EMA 100, you have to start looking at the SMA 200. And that is sitting, like Farhan mentioned, at 80,500. Not good, because right where that monthly 9 is at the low 80,000s with the median as well. That'd be a pretty harsh dump. You know, I would definitely be happy to catch a short, you know, even if we get to 82,000. 14% is very nice. Why, though, we should be watching that closely is the monthly could potentially still be in that uptrend posturing. I mean, we see here we made a new high, so any kind of low here needs to be gauged at, or we need to be gauging that as like some higher low. Right at the monthly 9 would be easy. That's generally where we like to make the monthly higher lows. So we'll have to see very carefully into March where this goes, but I mean, Bitcoin's not looking good to me still. And even on that move down yesterday, it was fun to see the P&L swing, but it really didn't do much, unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, the bull hopium is still very much alive, though. We did get the move down. I was very bearish, you know, this week talking about a move down. So we got that. Bulls are going to be using this daily EMA 100 as like a spring, and they're going to try to really move price now at this point. While bears are going to be using this as just another trap, lower high before making another low. So we'll have to see very carefully. Let's check Bitcoin dominance. Okay, yeah, it's looking okay. We got that move down. It didn't go to the 59.67% yet, but there's still time, obviously. And we're slightly front running that EMA 9 on the 5-day. Yeah, possibly this could have bottomed. I mean, we'll have to watch carefully. This is just a LARP line. It doesn't need to play out to the T. We talked about a move down. We've basically got that. I mean, from this high, it was like 6.49%, not the worst. So let's see really how this weekly closes, in my opinion. Because right now, to me, it's looking like we're trying to flip these highs here into support potentially. So, that is bullish. So we'll have to see. But, Bitcoin dominance, the trend has shifted. So I'm seeing a lot of people get bearish on it, but I was wrong on this being the major lower high on the weekly. We took that out. This is now in an uptrend. So looking for a lower high is responsible, in my opinion. Curious to see where the weekly median is. Yeah, and I mean, even that is very down. So this is bullish on all, even on the HPDR point of view. It's bullish. It's breaking out. I've figured a move down to here would make sense back to 61.8%, but doesn't always need to happen, as clean as this. So we'll have to keep gauging that. And then let's look at our friend Dixie. Or I guess a friend of some, an enemy of more, I guess. So Dixie did get that move down. We're now at the daily EMA 100. Remember, I said boomers love their moving averages, so we should be gauging first a major reaction at that EMA 100, especially since we haven't really tested it since we broke out from it. So, oh no, it's right here. Yeah, we haven't really tested it since we broke out from it. So this to me is just looking like support is tested after a major move down. Now what bulls are really going to try to do is get us back above the 107.72 level, specifically the EMA 34. If we can just get back above there and consolidate, that'll really start looking good. Nice SFP here, and this will really start grinding and looking like it's the next higher low on the monthly. Because remember, that is still what we're looking for, is the higher low. And we can use the EMA 5 on this monthly to show, I mean, we already got the dump to that monthly EMA 5, which was right around that daily EMA 100. In my opinion, this is looking pretty good now. So once we get back above, that 107.73, that'll be my confirmation that, this is potentially looking like a major bottom to me. Remember, when Dixie goes up, this could lead to risk on going down. So you have to gauge really carefully. But our stance should be that, very bullish on Dixie on the monthly view. We have a monthly volatility setup firing off, very healthy. And Dixie does like to go up to the 90% with this monthly setup. I mean, last time we had this volatility, this low was right around this zone where, Dixie essentially went up. Let's see. 21.8%, which is absolutely massive for Forex. That's crazy. If we go down 20%, let's say, at this point, yikes. No, wait, up. I was thinking about the euro when I was doing that. $129. That's just terrible. That would put Dixie at, I think, an all-time high, and a brand new high, macro high. No. Let me see. No, I'm tripping. No. But we would still be testing. I mean, 2001 all-time highs, which is not the best, and even more 1985. I think this was during Paul Volcker's time. So
that's it. In 2001 is the dot-com bubble.
Yeah, I mean, so that isn't good. No matter how you look at it, it's not
5 years of sideways.
Yes, for a breakout to the upside. Probably just finishing this bull market once that happens. While we have a 2-month still. So even with all that on the monthly, the 2-month is giving us a setup. And the idea is the monthly bleeds into the 2-month. When was the last setup we had here? This was back in 2021. Makes sense. That was when the euro collapsed. Yeah, same move essentially, 21.65%. Another one was here actually in 2014. What happened in 2014?
We had the stock market fit. No, that's when Jerome Powell, like, oh no, that's when the European Union and everyone else fucking collapsed because they had a delay collapsed. So I remember, yeah, a few friends that weren't from here, like in Europe, shit went down like 30% in like a week or two.
Damn.
That's when that happened.
Didn't they also cut rates in 2014? Was that the reason?
I'm not entirely sure if that's the same at the same time that it happened, because I don't know why I'm blurry on that. But 2014 was definitely the year where Europe and also the Middle East and all of those guys had like a big crash.
Well, no, they cut rates in 2017. My bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because he was with Trump. Because Trump was like, lower the rates, and they were like, no, and he goes, you're gonna pay for it, and then they had to.
It's getting bitter.
The last occurrences we had though in the 2 months where we got a volatility setup were to the upside. Let's see, they'll find another occurrence. I mean, I thought there was more data. What the heck?
Well, it's 1970s.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm redacted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so that's pretty interesting to see, because we actually have had one. I guess I'll count this 2 and 3. So this would be the 4th one in the history of the Dixie.
And it's making a United States pattern. That would
it actually, it
So
definitely could. Yeah, and then the euro. I mean, I'm still happy we got short on this, because I'm still very bearish on this. This is just, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing of the Dixie. I mean, it's just gonna collapse if that occurs, just like, the last occurrences, in my opinion. And the last one was, when euro went to under $1. That was a fun time to go to Europe. I was in Greece enjoying it. Yeah, and here we have even the quarterly. That's interesting. Yeah. So, this isn't looking good. I mean, risk on is at a very tricky spot. And yesterday, I believe stocks made a new all-time high. So, what we're seeing now is a lot of people talking about how Bitcoin does lag when stocks do make highs, which, that has been the flavor of what's been going on. But I also have to put on my bear tinfoil hat and be like, well, stocks open on a new all-time high yesterday. Bitcoin is looking very bearish. Is the trap set? Like, is that the trap? And now stocks can come down. It's funny because sometimes we don't always correlate to the upside, but often we correlate to the downside. And if stocks even get a very easy, healthy pullback, what could that mean for Bitcoin? So, that's just all I have really on Bitcoin and crypto. But yeah, I mean, Dixie and Euro is still still on my radar. And I mean, we were talking about this a few months ago. Forex is becoming more fun now. It definitely is. Let's see. I'm curious.
Can I tell you my? Oh no, it's not Forex. Forex, I think it's the monthly, the one that I like the most, or it could be the 2-month. But on yields, dude, you use the 6-month chart. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. Like, I think that's how it moves.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Longer,
way slower.
Yeah, but I mean, just the boomer stuff really does. It's really nice to trade. It is slightly boring, but you'll never catch a sweat. I mean, trading these, because you just know exactly where you're wrong. You know exactly where we're gonna go. It's like, okay, I had a bias. Euro's gonna go up. We're probably gonna go above this channel, but we're probably just gonna hit the 38.2% and go down. Oh, we perfectly hit that and went down. That's in confluence to Dixie hitting the monthly 5 and the daily going to the EMA 100. Oh, that got a bounce. Like, it's just that simple, where it's like, oh, we're at the EMA 100. Let me short euro. And it worked out because you just know where you're wrong. And when you're wrong, it's not like a 5% collapse. It's like a 0.1% move. And then you get the daily close, and then you can just close the trade. So it is very nice. I mean, I still believe we're going to get a very nice environment for Forex. And when you get these moves down, specifically like what we saw in the euro back in 2021 or 2, Yeah, two. You know, it just kind of just goes down aggressively. It's very nice to short this. I mean, from this point, I mean, catching a 6% move, 6.4% move in 63 days on Forex is insane.
By the way, you can do a 500x.
Exactly, yeah, because your risk so because yeah, there I mean it's like the same logic I use for when I trade Bitcoin. If your risk and your move on your trade is so little, you can just like leverage the fuck up. 500x, I have no idea even how to do that. That yeah, I mean I don't even know how to think about that. That's like a 0.00001% move and you're liquidated.
Yeah, I don't know those degenerates that do it, but yeah, many Forex exchanges do offer 500% leverage like it's nothing.
So, you know, bygones be bygones, I guess. But that's all I really have on the markets. I am just, you know, it's just interesting to see just where stocks are overall. Yeah, so that's all I have. We'll see how today goes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Let's do after Roblox and Tesla.
Cool.
Doesn't this chart on your screen right now look like some dude who's hunched over a toilet, getting ready for the vomit pattern?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like that's the head right here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Down
I
to
also
$46,000.
I'm a big fan of these type of consolidations right here because that means when you go like lower, 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 they make these insane moves to the upside on Bitcoin. And instead, when you get like these that go like this, those are tops in Bitcoin normally.
The price
So,
divergence. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the same thing here a little bit. I mean, and that means you could still have, right, like a third peak right here, kind of like what we had here in 2021. But Dumpskis come after that. Like this to me so far doesn't look like a super bullish consolidation that's going to give me more room towards the upside. But then again, just staring at structures.
You're all right though. I mean, if the weekly 9 held, we could argue it's bullish consolidation, but it's not. I mean, it's just under the weekly 9, and that's like that little minute detail that I look at that can help me short. That I guess a lot of people don't like look at or think about, but that is like a cause of concern that not a lot of people have talked about this week. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we don't. That'd be nice.
And when we go up like crazy, it continues to make these lower lows. And right now we're just like lower, higher lows. You kind of have like this middle, and then again higher lows. It's the fuckery is insane. Like this is the definition of fuckery: up, down, and just like stay in the middle. What a piece of shit! Give me my money, Bitcoin. Sorry, that's just a boomer yelling at the clouds.
Kind of looks like this inverse head and shoulders is about to fail.
It would be inverse head and shoulders. You mean?
Yeah.
1, 2. But that, yeah, because it would have to come up here. Yeah, 109.
Yeah, if it breaks that wick low, then you would have that same move to the downside.
See right here. Say you break this one, you mean?
The other one. The
What?
big one.
Well, that's the big wick low.
No, I mean the one to the right side. Yeah, that one right there.
So this one right here, if it breaks down, doesn't really follow my bias. It goes to 70,000. But if you do this one, look at that. That's a perfect move to 69.
Sheesh.
Which would be
2021
nice. Yeah, because we just launched from the 60 from that point. It would make sense to come all the way back down, feel that massive inefficiency, back test it, consolidate for multiple months, get everyone bearish, and then slingshot from that.
Kind of difficult to see it go back up from there though, because then you'd have monthly and quarterly bearish divergence.
True, that is true though. Great point. And then at that point, you'd have to look at a move back up to like the 90s as a short opportunity to a lower high. But,
this could be a scenario that plays in my view.
That could be. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying.
It would have to play out very fast and not confirm the monthly divergence.
Yeah, true.
Well, hey, we had COVID last time that we needed something fast happen. You never know. You never know when
If the printer's
something
on
that
serve-
no one is expecting, but all the charts tells us could happen. But yeah,
we're gonna
this
get
is
the big flow.
exactly. By the way, this is how we consolidated 2021 in the middle of it. Hang on, let me make sure that I'm not saying something stupid. Yeah, he did. It made like these lows, lower lows, and everyone's like, "There's no way," and he just kept going lower. And people were like, "It's never going to go under 30." Oh, fuck yeah, he did. And then afterwards, towards the upside. So to me, it's more exciting when I see Bitcoin making new lows and like higher lows when it's consolidating than these.
Yeah.
Because look, even these, like right here, you still have the same, and then he dumps even more.
I guess it's the same psychological aspect. Like whenever it makes slightly lower lows and lower lows, it's just getting all of the bulls out of the market, and then it pumps. Whereas when it's just making slightly higher highs, it's getting the bears out of the market, and then it dumps.
That's exactly how I see it. And this is why, to me, it's kind of fucky what they're doing right here with price.
Ever so slightly higher highs.
Exactly, because they're giving everyone what they want, right? They're like, look, normally Bitcoin consolidates making lower highs, but the lows are higher. And then fuck you, get raped in the pants.
And everybody who's just following the trend is like, oh, the trend is up.
Uh-huh. Exactly. But you're about to have a daily silver cross to that. No, you already have it to the downside. Yep. Great.
This is just great, Bob. Because I could have did.
You can see it here on the right. The orange is below the yellow. So it's already there. It's just by how much here.
Yeah.
Oh no, the orange was coming down already. So no, it hasn't. It really hasn't happened.
Slight
it did yesterday, but
some slight hoping is now we're getting a buy signal on the 8-hour jewel, and we are above the median on Bitcoin.
Yeah, and above the 9, you got the 9 again on the 8-hour, but shit's getting ready.
Still nothing real until we close above 98.5.
Dude, the fuckery on this chart is insane.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll do the Bitcoins. I'll do the Bitcoin. People are going to love the Bitcoin. It's a little coin. Not a lot of people know. Everyone's going to have fun with it.
It comes from China.
They make it in China. They tell me, huh? That Elon, he's a very smart guy. He likes to work with the Chinese. He kind of looks Chinese sometimes. Alrighty. Tenemos acá Bitcoin en la tabla de 8 horas, pero vamos a analizarlo como siempre, empezando la trimestral. ¿Por qué? Es siempre bueno poder ver una tendencia desde lejos. Para entender exactamente dónde estamos parados, podemos ver que Bitcoin ha hecho un máximo histórico por ahí de los 109.800, depende en qué exchange lo estés viendo, creando bajos más altos a través de todo este tiempo. Por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, encima de nuestro promedio del 21 y el 34. Además, todos bien separaditos y en orden, después de formar este patrón súper alcista y en lo que parece ser una bandera alcista todavía, lo que daría más continuación a la alza. Mínimo viéndolo en la de 3 meses, eso es lo que parece. Vamos a poner volatilidad para darnos una buena idea de dónde está la volatilidad y continúa expandiendo. Acuérdense, este es un indicador que se llama BBWP, está en TradingView, es absolutamente gratis. Volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Aquí arriba es el 100% de volatilidad, aquí abajo es el 0% de volatilidad y esta línea verde yo la puse junto con esta que está en otra temporalidad, por eso no tiene sentido lo que estás viendo. Pero estando por encima del promedio o estando por encima del 15%, consideramos expansión y esta expansión se ha dado apoyando el movimiento. ¿Por qué vemos volatilidad? Porque volatilidad empuja al precio en la dirección en la que esté. Si el precio está cayendo y es vela roja y volatilidad expande, eso quiere decir que va a empujar el precio más para abajo. Y si pasa al revés, va a hacerlo para arriba. Y en esta ocasión está dándonos un 0 para la alza. Vámonos a la mensual, como de que no, donde tenemos una tendencia alcista también, pues diga, claro que sí. Tenemos, perdón, estoy perdiendo la cabeza. Me está dando como alergias y me estoy volviendo loco. Tenemos por acá también un poco de lo mismo, este gran patrón alcista de por acá, consolidación. Esta es la consolidación que me gusta ver. Cuando Bitcoin le gusta hacer altos, altos más bajos, y luego también hace bajos más bajos, es cuando tienes estos movimientos explosivos a la alza. Esta, por eso es una bandera, ¿no? Lo pueden ver acá claramente. Es una bandera alcista acá, la puedes cortar acá y ¡pum! La continuación a la alza. Lo que no me gusta es cuando esto no es el tipo de consolidación que se está dando, y es justamente lo que estamos viendo en Bitcoin, que se me hace bastante interesante personalmente. Ahora le voy a poner mucho peso. No, voy a ir paso a paso, uno por uno, viendo todos mis niveles, ¿ok? De nuevo, altos más altos, altos más altos y altos más altos. Y ahora estamos en consolidación sin perder estos mínimos. Y esto es donde está jugando, porque pueden ver que a Bitcoin le gusta hacer esos bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, y simplemente en este momento o no ha tenido tiempo o no lo está haciendo y nos está dando altos más altos, altos más altos. Y aunque tengas un bajo más alto, está jugando indecisión en este momento, en esta parte de arriba. Con eso dicho, la mensual tiene un punto pivote muy interesante de momentum. ¿Y por qué les decimos eso? Porque está justamente donde está nuestra media, acá, en la zona de los 91,856. De llegar a perder esta zona en los bitcoins, básicamente te está garantizando una divergencia bajista. Cada fin de ciclo acaba en una divergencia bajista mensual de Bitcoin, y esa divergencia bajista se presenta abajo en los 91,856. De ahí tienes la parte baja del canal, acá en el 38%, en la zona azul, y eso está en $68,200. Pero si les pongo el gráfico trimestral, van a ver que nuestro promedio, el 5, permítame, está justamente también por estas zonas, o el 9 que está subiendo en 64, o el promedio del 5 en 77, que aquí es donde hay un gap. Voy a subir esto. Ok. Y pues ahí, cabrón, pero bien, Alejandro, bien, bien, bien. Perdón. Ok. Con eso dicho, podemos ver que si tenemos ese cierre por debajo de nuestra media y también por debajo del promedio del 5, que está justamente en la mensual, ahí mismo, nos daría esa divergencia bajista. Empezaríamos a poner objetivos, primero el 82 y después el 68 en Bitcoin. Así es como lo estamos viendo. Ahora, de poder aguantar por acá, tienes 9 días para irte a los 114,900. De no poder lograrlo y quedarte por acá, vamos a ver dónde abre la media, pero tienes una gran chance de perder la media en el próximo, en la próxima vela. Y eso de nuevo nos pone en el mismo territorio que estábamos describiendo. Tienes en la mensual, que es justamente por lo que está dibujado esto, cómo la volatilidad ha hecho mínimos más altos a través de todo este tiempo, aunque esto no lo usamos para nada, simplemente era para enseñarles. Volatilidad continúa contrayendo, por lo que no nos está dando absolutamente nada de señales por acá. 2 semanas estamos en la parte baja de la zona azul, que también coincide con el promedio del 9, y el promedio del 9 y la zona azul están en 92,600, que también coincide un poco con nuestro mensual, que si llegamos a perder esta zona, vamos a ir a comer nepe, señores. Así que en 92,600, muy importante zona. Vamos a tener, ¿cuánto falta para cerrar esta vela? 11 días y 8 horas para poder hacer un máximo histórico en $111,000. De no poder lograrlo, muy probablemente esto se vaya a resetear, tal vez a la baja, y veamos a dónde nos vamos. Pero deberíamos en básicamente 11 días, porque aparte tenemos este feo rechazo que nos acaba de dar. Caímos debajo de la media por primera vez después de un rato, no lo habíamos visto desde octubre, estar abajo de la media. Estando por debajo de la media, si no podemos retestear esta zona de los 111 y perdemos los 92, tu promedio del 21 es tu siguiente parada en los $81,000. Y también tienes volatilidad contrayendo, por lo que no te están dando ningún setup de absolutamente nada, padre. Ahora, en la semanal tienes periodos de nula volatilidad, ya con la volatilidad en cero, está en 0.40%, que es nada. Esto nos está preparando un setup, sea a la alza o a la baja. Este tipo de setups, normalmente en la semanal y la de 5 días, te dan movimientos de 30% a 35%. 30% y digamos que pega a la alza, ¿no? Que expande a la alza, nos llevaría a 126, 35% nos llevaría a 130. arriba de la zona del 50%. Pero si se llega a dar a la baja, importante tenerlo en mente, tiene confluencia con nuestros 69, esta zona por acá de los 69 y el 35 justo el promedio del 100, los 61. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado en esta volatilidad para poder ver dónde nos va a dejar. Faltan 4 días y 8 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que todavía hay tiempo. 5 días cierra en 7 horas y 38 minutos. Crítico por acá. 1, periodos de nula volatilidad todavía por debajo del promedio, no expandiendo. Lo mismo, un movimiento de 35%. Pero acá pueden notar instantáneamente que estamos apenas aguantando este 38.2%. Si llegamos a perder este 95.900, esto muy probablemente nos vaya a dar y también en la diaria, porque esto juega también con la diaria. Este es tu punto crítico hoy. Si llegas a perder esto, 95.900, vas a ir muy probablemente a tu promedio del 34, carnal, en 88, y eso nos diría que esto está cocinado. Diaria, también periodos de nula volatilidad, como puedes ver, preparando otro setup fuerte. Y en la diaria es más preocupante la cosa, porque estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 5, estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, estamos por debajo del 55, 21 y 35, y además la media. De cerrar esto en 7 horas y 37 minutos por debajo de mínimo tu promedio del 9, que está en 96,543, 47. Esto muy probablemente al próximo, a la de mañana, vaya a bajar y nos vayamos a encontrar una vez más retesteando los 93,870. Y de nuevo, mientras más testeas un nivel, más probabilidad tienes de romperlo también a la baja o a la alza. No la de 8 horas, la de 12 horas es la que nos está dando los setups también duros en volatilidad. Vean estos periodos de nula volatilidad que lleva ya un rato en la de 12 horas. En la de 12 horas es más preocupante la cosa. Estando por debajo del S&P 200, de todos nuestros promedios importantes, pero mínimo estamos todavía aguantando el 5. De perder el 5 en los 96,132, zona baja azul son 95,764 y empieza a pintar mala cosa por acá para nosotros si somos alcistas. ¿Por qué? Porque ya teniendo el cierre diario hoy debajo de los 95,900, 95,800, vas a tener una gran probabilidad de dar más continuación a la baja que a cualquier otro lado. Para ponerlo un poco más fácil en los ojos de todos ustedes, quiero hacer simplemente esto para que lo vean. Una vez más, seguimos en nuestro rango, el que llegamos el 11 de noviembre del 2024. Seguimos acá. Han pasado 3 meses y está rankeando. Mi parte media del canal por encima de los 99,200 alcistas. Mientras estemos por debajo de los 99,200 bajistas. Ahora, ¿dónde nos ponemos más bajistas? Llevándonos este bajo en los 93,300, después este bajo en los 91,100 y ya, si te llevas los 88, que es esta línea verde meme, adiós. Pero teniendo cierres por encima de 97,500 el día de hoy, empiezas a pintar que tienes posibilidades de irte a los 102,000, de 102,000 se empiezarán a darse escenarios alcistas, pero por todo lo que estamos viendo en otros mercados, sobre todo, por ejemplo, el dólar, lo voy a poner en la mensual porque me gusta ver Forex. ¿Es mensual o 2 meses? Espérenme, creo que es la de 2 meses, la que más me gusta. Ahí está. El dólar en la mensual, pueden ver exactamente de lo que hemos estado hablando. O sea, mínimo de acá al 116 le queda bastante camino. Viene en una clara tendencia alcista fuerte donde está en este canal. Y además vas a llegar a altos similares del .com bubble, ¿ok? Esto destruyó todo el mercado en el 2000 y nos hizo irnos de absolutamente para abajo, arriba, para abajo y arriba. Hicimos una W por 5 años. Eso tomó 5 años en el 2000 al 2005 a recuperarse y después tuviste la caída del 2007. Así que fueron tiempos turbios. Y lo que estamos viendo con el dólar en este momento es el dólar continúa en esta tendencia alcista, creando mínimos más altos empujando y mínimo vamos a ir a buscar los 114,789 en mi opinión. Es como yo lo veo. Además de eso, volteamos a ver otros factores, como también nuestros intereses. Y para los intereses me gusta hacer la de 6 meses. Estos son los bonos, ¿ok? De recuperar esta zona, y lo pueden ver, esta zona da movimientos agresivos de a madre. Esto sería una de las peores cosas que pueden pasar a todos. Y vean dónde está nuestro promedio, el S&P 200 en esta tabla de 6 meses. Hemos recuperado nuestro promedio del EMA 100, 55, 21, 9, todos. Y aquí ya solamente nos falta el 200 que está en el 4763. De romper esto a la alza, Dios, de romper esto al alza una vez más, lo que sigue es esto, 763. Y eso sería el peor escenario de toda tu puta historia. Y acuérdense que el bono del tesoro de 10 años es el estándar de absolutamente todo el riesgo. Además de eso, ya platicamos del dólar y la dominancia de Tether también. La dominancia de Tether parece haber encontrado piso. Esto yo creo que es mejor visto en la semanal, exactamente. Parece que ya encontramos piso. Están viendo estos altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos más altos. Y ahorita estamos justamente acá. De poder aguantar el promedio del 21 e ir a romper los 4,72%, Bitcoin está cocinado, cabrón. Pero de esto darse la vuelta y lo primero que tenemos que hacer es perder este mínimo en 391, empezaríamos a pensar que esto tiene más camino para la alza. Por ahora, con precaución, es como estamos viendo Bitcoin. Está jugando este jueguito estúpido donde está intentando por encima o por debajo del promedio del 9, donde está creando mínimos más altos, pero altos más bajos, y esto ha sido como, ahora sí que si la dibujara al revés, esto sería idéntico, ¿no? Básicamente. Así es como está jugando esto, es una payasada absolutamente enorme. No, espérame, esto no es un patrón de diamante para la... Do you guys know what a diamond pattern is?
Yeah, it's kind of like a symmetrical triangle as well.
Wouldn't this be it? Because you have it on both sides.
Yeah, but it has a 50-50 chance to break up or down.
I thought that was like super, super bearish.
No, it's either way. It's not really a direction biased.
Oh, okay. I thought that was super bearish. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I also almost done, so get ready.
They're only super bearish. Huh? People think they're only super bearish because they just form at tops generally. So
yeah, like the S&P 500 is the one, like, because it does, like, it's a flat structure, kind of like this, and then they do this shit, right? Like this, and basically this. So it kind of looks like a fucked up diamond, but still a diamond. I'm gonna look into this while you show us some shit about who's gonna do what now.
What's the next one?
Either Tesla or Roblox.
I will do Tesla. Or I'll do Roblox right now.
What do you got there? Tesla?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So here's Tesla. We were talking about the $373 range holding. That was going to be crucial for bulls, at least just to consolidate right there. But unfortunately, they were unable to hold that. So now what we see is we came down. I honestly would have been waiting for 300, but that's okay. The daily EMA 100 got reclaimed, and now today we're going to be watching carefully to see if the EMA 9 can get reclaimed. That'll be important because we see on the daily we have a fresh silver cross now. So we would be gauging this EMA 9 to actually start rejecting us. If this doesn't reject and we actually start reclaiming the zone, then it most likely will look like, at least to me, that we're going to move up and test this this $373 region again. It's going to be a big test, though, because, this was big support. We lost it. So coming in here is going to be where bears are going to try to reject us for that bearish retest. It's going to be very crucial for bulls to actually get a reclaim. So that way, then we can at least talk about higher, potentially going up to 400, if not to $415. But you're going to have to watch this area very carefully, because this is where people are going to want to start selling into bulls, getting excited about this, SFP on the EMA 100. We see volatility here is contracting. So we're not really getting a setup here. It's just in contraction phase. Let's see if the 5-day. No, and I hate when the lines disappear. 1 second. Let me add that back. Sweet. So 5 days contracting here, but nothing really to talk about. Let me take the EMA 5 off. Perfect. And even more confluence on why that $373 should be major resistance in an area, everyone should be looking bull or bear, is just simply because of that EMA 9 on the 5-day. It was major support going up. So, what was major support now should be major resistance. But one thing to note is, since we lost this, we haven't tested it. So it's just very much like giving us the bearish retest confirmation that we come up to here, we have to be very careful of that bearish retest scenario playing out. We hit the 5-day EMA 9, we test this $372 region. That was support before going lower. And then, this could just look nothing more than a lower high right at the EMA 9. So gonna have to watch that zone carefully. But until then, we just seem more of like in a tight range. We're kind of in a no trade zone though, in my opinion, until we get to these zones. These zones are going to be important to really wait for, because what you don't want to do is start longing here, we get a nice bounce, and then it just simply rejects right where it's supposed to. For me, the trade's easy. You just sit on your hands. You're, as a bull, going to be gauging this low as the low to hold. So you don't want any kind of price or wick below this. Let's see, it was at $325. You should be sitting on your hands and patiently waiting for the daily to prove to you that it's shifting, meaning this EMA 100 continues to hold. You don't want that to get lost at all. Once we start losing this EMA 100, it'll really start solidifying that wherever this starts to reject, if it does, that'll be the next lower high. But as long as we're above that, bulls are going to be using that as an area of support. You're now trying to get the daily to reclaim back above the $373 region. We can do that. Then we're now in this new range, and you can start thinking about opening new longs, targeting that $414 region. But until then, you have to just wait carefully and patiently, because with this daily silver crossing now, it's telling me, yes, this bounce was nice and the EMA 100 got reclaimed, but we are at a rejection point now, and bears do have more momentum here to take us down. Now, let's see the HBDR and see where the median is. Would you look at that? The median perfectly got hit. And something to note about this daily median getting hit is we haven't tapped it in a while. I mean, since January. And you can just simply see the reaction once we did hit it. We see it was above, we lost it, we were under it for a few days, rallied up, hit it, major rejection down. So again, you're just going to have to be watching this zone carefully. We're now at the rejection zone, in my opinion, with the median right here. Now, we obviously could go up a little higher and test the $372. But if you're bearish, you would be really honestly gauging the zone to start rejecting us, and then today lose the daily 9, solidifying the silver cross rejection. So, I mean, yeah, seeing that median right around this zone, which is the zone I was talking about, right around the 370s, is interesting. And that just shows me that that's a major spot for Tesla. But as long as we're below that, yeah, I mean, we have definitely more of a chance of going down and at least testing that EMA 100 again at $345, $346, if not coming all the way down to 78.6% at $326. See where the 5-day median is. Oof. Yeah, I mean, so it's been under it for a while now. After, honestly, price was above it for multiple sessions on this 5-day. Just ties into this is really not looking the best. And the hopium now is just that bulls get to work. But, this is already rejecting that daily median. It's really looking like this is potentially the lower high zone, in my opinion. Yeah, that's not the best. When are the monthly going to close? Let's see. So yeah, the hopium is that this monthly is going to just keep holding this monthly 9. That's going to be important for bulls. Again, it's just been holding this very nicely since this rally really started, right in the low 220s. So as long as that can hold, then you're going to be gauging that as kind of your bounce zone, your spring zone. Really, you'd want price, if it did come down to this point, to really get some kind of reaction around that $315 zone, because in doing so, then at least you can make the argument that this could be some monthly higher low. But once we do start losing that $300 region on a monthly, it's going to start looking really bad for Tesla. And it's the next target would be right at $260. So it would be wise to just be watching that monthly 9. Now, price got really close to it, so this potentially could be front running it, but we won't know until this, obviously closes in 9 days. So that is still the hopium for bulls. Is, yes, it looks corrective. The daily, is at a tricky spot where we definitely could start going down more, but as long as we are still above the monthly 9, downside moves could be muted, and we should just be gauging that zone at $314 as a big spot for Tesla, and for us to at least hold that region, and that is right where we did already hold. I have support here, and that's just simply based on these wicks, right at 300 and where is it? $325. So it's very close to the $315. What we could see is maybe a slight rejection here. The daily 9 does hold, and then maybe we just start coming down on a wick basis. Maybe we go a little lower, but remember, even on that monthly 9, being where it's at right around $314, your metric for me will be the EMA 100. So if bulls do need to test that, they would need to quickly hit it and then go up. Quick wick, it's done. Because if we really do start losing that EMA 100, it's going to be a big cause of concern for me. Let's see the last time Tesla lost that. Gosh, okay, cool. Let's see here. I lost a little bit here, but again, this zone held, so I want to see expansion down after losing it. Here it is. So once we lost it here, I mean, we ended up going down 10%, which is big for stocks. And then, this one is more obvious, right? We're holding this zone. Again, lots of chop around it, but generally it was holding nicely. We'd get nice moves from that. Once we lost that EMA 100, you go to the SMA 200. Now, we can see once we lost these two, I mean, that is what brought Tesla all the way down to that $138 mark. So it's going to be important here. If we end up losing this, it's going to start really looking like, we're going to at least go to the monthly 9. When you start losing that, then we can start tying this together, just simply where that monthly EMA 21 is. Makes sense to me. So it's very crucial for bulls, in my opinion, preferably to just kind of hold where they're holding, not lose the daily EMA 100, start slowly grinding and going back up, to reclaim that $373. Once this gets reclaimed, it will be a lot easier, in my opinion, to start thinking about new longs on Tesla. Here, it's a no trade zone. You're just basing support on one little wick. You can even see on the daily, the HPDR isn't very bullish, and you're not even above the median. You're actually rejecting it. Therefore giving you a no trade zone. Now, once you get back above 373, you can then start at least managing risk. You can say you're above the median, the EMA 9 on the daily, and then it'll really start looking to me like this low here. This can be a low, and then maybe the monthly just front ran the monthly EMA 9 tap. That's kind of the bullish hopium I can give. For bears, you're just going to be looking for shorts at $373 with a stop very simply at 380, 381. This will be the bearish retest. That'll be your swing high failure. And then, that to me is a very easy short. So in summary, just sit on your hands and wait for the easy trade. If you do take the short and we start losing this daily EMA 100, that's where you shift gears, look at the monthly, gauge the monthly closure. Once you lose that monthly 9 though, yeah, or it'll really start looking like $273 is going to be next, which is right around where the monthly 21 is. Once you start reclaiming back above that $373 region, to me, it'll really start looking like Tesla can make a move back up to around $400 to $415.
God damn it. And I was muted too. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
These fucking charts, dude. Everything is just playing the same game.
Yeah, it's a shit game now.
Yeah. Although this is quite the down. But also, one more time. I am a bigger fan of this sort of consolidation right here than when it's towards the, like, facing up.
I mean, but even if you drew a line there, it is right around that 370 region, 377 on your chart. You know, that's good confluence. So 370
right here?
Yeah, it's like, you know, if we took it slightly around there, I mean, it's right around the 370. So like that to me is, with what I just showed, 370s is a big spot for Tesla. You're either going to bigly reject there, put in a bearish retest, and make the lower high, or you're going to reclaim that. And it's going to, that reclaim is going to consolidate and actually start resetting BBWP. That way it can just act like a bear trap, in my opinion.
Yeah. And if you were to consider it from a psychological standpoint, aside from technicals, it does kind of make sense to dump into Trump's presidency, because everyone was assuming it'd be super bullish for Tesla with how much power Elon would have. Dump into it, and then later into the presidency, then Omega pump.
Well, that, and also I completely agree with everything you said. And to add to it is how much like the negative press right now is affecting Tesla, because no one has learned anything about how the press works and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think it's going to continue. And on top, everyone's broke as fuck.
Does nobody else find it coincidental how whenever the press is always attacking somebody, it's all them collectively together, and they all use the same phrases over and over again, as if they're reading from the same script.
By the way, no one finds that weird. Everyone's like, yeah, that's how it works. So that's how it works, sir. Fuck us. Oh, all righty. Well, thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex. That was great and easy. Thank God.
Oh, look. Yeah.
Huh. I don't know why I had that there, but bringing it here. Seems like this is going to be a bearish retest right here at 369 and then go fuck itself.
Definitely could be.
All right.
Hopefully not. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Estamos viendo Tesla. Perdón, estoy viendo la semanal. Voy a rápido poner la de 3 meses. Vamos a expandir un poco este pedo. Vamos a ver qué exactamente es lo que estamos viendo en esta tabla. Y una vez más, estamos viendo algo de consolidación en un movimiento bastante potente, ¿no? Que son este estilo de consolidaciones. Es lo que esperaríamos para que fuera una consolidación alcista. Mínimo tenemos mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, altos, altos más altos a través de toda la tabla. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios importantes en la trimestral, que eso nos da bastante buena espina. Ahora la cosa, y creo que todos lo pueden ver acá, es justamente esta línea amarilla dotada y punteada, no sé cómo verga se dice en español, perdón. Y esta línea va a ser bastante importante en temporalidades más cortas y ahorita lo van a ver. Vámonos a la mensual y aquí podemos ya poner el HPDR. Pero pueden ver que por encima de esto solamente habíamos tenido un cierre, que fue este cierre de este doji por acá. Y aparte, estos dojis en esta parte son más bajistas que alcistas cuando es esta vela de indecisión. Y justamente fue lo que pasó. Una vez que perdimos este nivel, lo intentamos volver a retomar, nos rechazó, intentamos volver a retomar, nos rechazó, y fue donde caímos de literalmente del nivel de 414 hasta los $100. Así que perder este nivel va a ser bastante importante para el precio de Tesla, porque parece que vamos a ir a, una vez más, hacerle el retesteo bajista, y es lo que pinta. Ahora, tienes tu promedio del 9 en los $315, importante tener en mente. Vamos a ver qué nos dice el HPDR junto con la volatilidad también. Un segundo. Cabrón. Perdón, no sé por qué estoy diciendo tantas groserías hoy, como si no lo hicieras todos los días, Alejandro. Eso, y además, vamos a ver, volatilidad continúa. Bueno, había expandido y ahora pueden ver que se está yendo de lado acá, por lo que absolutamente nos está diciendo que esto podría ser una corrección. Ok, ahora estamos viendo el HPDR. Venimos de por encima de la zona azul, excelente apoyada justamente aquí en la media en septiembre, y eso nos dio el breakout de la zona azul acá, justo con esta vela, y la continuación hasta la zona del 78.6%. Ahí fue donde nos rechazó. Y ahora el 61.8% nos está rechazando. Y lo que tiene cara es, vamos al 50%, no la parte alta de la zona azul. La parte alta de la zona azul está en 315, que también coincide con el promedio del 9. Y va a ser una zona muy importante para el precio. Porque de no aguantar, tíos, tienen que ver esto. Tienes la media, el 21 y el 34 justamente acá. Si no llegas a aguantar esta zona de los 315, Tesla probablemente vaya a visitar los 269 sin problema alguno. Ahora vamos a acercarnos un poquito más. 2 semanas Tesla nos está rechazando la media como lo hizo en Bitcoin. Si nos rechaza la media, vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de cerrar en 325. De cerrar en 325 nos estaríamos llevando este mínimo y eso nos daría más chance a ir probablemente al 78.6% que está por acá en los 282. Y eso más o menos nos da este objetivo por acá de los 269, que no sería completamente descabellado pensarlo. Uf. ¿Qué pedo con Tesla? Bueno, sabemos qué es lo que está pasando con Tesla, ¿no? La mala publicidad que le están haciendo a Elon ahorita por todo y todo el mundo creyéndola. Ahora, semanal, nos acercamos más. Definitivamente perdimos la media, tenemos el rechazo y además del rechazo también el 9. El 9 lo hemos rechazado y estamos justamente entre el 21 y el 9. Estamos siendo rechazados de la parte alta de la zona del 61.8%, pero nos está aguantando el 350. De perder los 350, vamos a tener una alta probabilidad a venir a buscar nuestro promedio del 34 o la zona del 88.3% en 312. Aquí tenemos que tener un ojo bien pelado. ¿Qué más tenemos aquí abajo? El promedio del 55 y tu 100 hasta los 260. ¡Ah, la mierda! Tu EMA 100 está por acá en esta zona, está en 262 en este momento, lo que nos dice que esta zona va a ser una zona potente para el precio de Tesla. ¿Que tenemos algo en la SEM? No, volatilidad está contrayendo. 5 días. 5 días, a ver si nos daba un poco más de lo que estamos viendo. No, por ahora estamos por encima del 61.8%. Todavía faltan 5 días y 5 horas para cerrar esta vela, lo que no tiene sentido alguno. Pero, perdón, estornudé, intenté mutear el micrófono, pero no me salió. Estamos por encima del 61.8% en este momento y eso está en 356. De perder los 356, tenemos una alta probabilidad de ir justamente a los 317. A los 313. Por ahora. ¿Dónde está esto para romper a la alza? El nivel de los 381 es un nivel bastante importante. De poder pasar los 381 tendríamos probablemente posibilidades de ir a dar el retesteo a la parte, a la media en la zona azul, y eso está justamente acá en 4.14. De no darse, más continuación a la baja. Dios, pero esto está frito, pero frito. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo de antes en esta caída, pero ahora está por debajo del promedio, lo que nos dice que probablemente esto sea una corrección, esta vela verde, mierda. Además, tienes un cruce plateado aquí arriba, tienes el rechazo de la media y estás peleándote con poder aguantar el 9. De perder los 358.49 el día de hoy o el promedio del 9, tu probabilidad más alta es no solamente ir a la parte baja del 50 de la zona azul, que es el 350, sino que tu promedio, el EMA 100, que está en 346, te va a intentar detener, pero de no poder hacerlo, tíos, y aquí tienes tu SMA 200 también en los 273, muy probablemente de no aguantar los 346, vayas a visitar los 334 y si no aguantas esta zona, efectivamente Tesla se va a los 269. Vamos a echarnos un poco para atrás para poder ver esto bien y tranquilos Acá lo tenemos. Pueden verlo, ¿no? En la última, básicamente desde acá. O sea, no tienes que ser un crack para poder ver esto, y así es como yo la pondría. Y aparte coincide con todo esto. Si esto te sigue rechazando, vas a crear altos más bajos. Y además, esto tiene la confluencia con esta línea de los 370 que les digo. De los 370 por encima, tienes expansión, hasta eso te llevó a altos históricos. Por debajo, tienes estas caídas donde esta zona nunca aguanta en los 269. Podríamos rebotar esta vez en los 269, pero eso sería básicamente la esperanza de todos, que esta zona aguante. Por ahora, ¿qué es lo que quieres hacer? Poder aguantar arriba de 358 va a ser tu primer paso. De ahí, poder llevarte de corbata a los 378. De no poder llevártelos, esto pinta más bajista, creando estos altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y bajos más bajos. Esto es un canal, por cierto. Ve. Es más, la pondría igualita como había puesto antes. La pongo acá o acá. No, acá. Es un canal bajista. Y pueden ver que la media tiene bastante influencia en el comportamiento del precio. Estás en una bandera bajista. Ahora, estas son las banderas que más me gustan alcistas, cuando vienes trepando así, va cayendo, pero tengo que decir, viendo la tabla, viendo dónde están los puntos importantes, viendo todas las temporalidades y lo que estamos viviendo, de no poder romper esta zona de los 370 a la alza, yo creo que Tesla va a tener bastante camino a la baja y probablemente hasta los 269. No me completamente me sorprendería eso. Y acá aparte tienes un gap que se cierra en los 254, por cierto, 256. Así que atentos a esto en Tesla. Y obviamente no quieres barrer este mínimo en los 325 de barrerlo, pues vas a tener que ir a buscar toda esta zona. Pero aquí lo tienen. Ahí está Tesla. Vamos a Roblox.
Sure. The most destructive video game for parents of all time.
Which one do I have next?
You have Rivian next.
Cool.
So Roblox is still playing out that short, beautifully accepted front. It kind of screwed us over and took our stops before it actually started playing out. Although maybe I should have made the risk a little bit bigger. I just didn't want to put the risk any bit more than 9% because that's getting a little bit extreme. But it did end up playing out. It is what it is. It happens sometimes. Where we have a retest right now of this 5 EMA, it's giving us like a bit of a doji candle. But the reason why this is not bullish is because we're seeing it. Not only we're seeing it after such a massive uprun. If you're seeing indecision after a massive move to the upside, usually you get down after that because it's not able to decide whether it wants up or down. And the invalidation of down on this move is not just you don't need a close, just tick above this wick high of $75.74. Go even a cent above there, then you're likely to get that decision to the upside. But right now, it's looking more likely it's going to be to the downside because we're tapping the 100% on the HPDR. Now we're getting a swing failure pattern of our previous highs. This candle hasn't closed yet. It's about 9 days and 5 hours, but very likely it's going to close on as a swing failure pattern. And we're still going to be at very extreme ranges on the HPDR. Pretty unlikely that you get continuation from there. What's more likely is that you get a retest of the 78.6%, which at that point is likely to line somewhere up with this 9 EMA as it rises. That's sitting at around $57. Doesn't seem like that much, but for stocks, it's kind of decent. From the highs, so that 78.6% is sitting at about 24%, pretty massive compared to with stocks. Because if you visualize that with stocks, they consider anything 20% or more to be within a bear market from the highs. That would start all types of freak out because technically by the stock books, it would be in a bear market, but it would just be at a rational place for it to bounce based off of the HPDR. What we would be looking for at that situation is maybe a little bit below the 78.6% towards the 9 EMA. grind out some type of local bottom right around this 9 EMA, maybe go sideways for a bit while these HPR ranges can step up. And then I would expect another move to the upside, probably retest this breakdown point around like $100. The invalidation for all of that is going to be a close below this low, sitting at $47.95. If you don't close below that area, you're just going to be forming another higher low if you retest this 9 EMA. The structure is still going to be bullish. It's still going to be poised to the upside. Unless you close below 47.95, then it's going to shift into a bearish posturing, and you're very likely going to come retest this bottom 38.2% at $35. Going to come down to closing below 47.95 for a breakdown, and above 75.74 for a breakout. We're a lot closer to that breakout number than the breakdown number. Just again, momentum. Momentum is also going along with the idea of the pullback. We're starting to contract, getting below the moving average from 100%. Volatility is now contracting as well, which makes it more of a corrective move to the downside versus an actual expansive move, more likely to make a higher low. Volatility 2 week is doing the same thing, where momentum is dropping down below the moving average, just about a break below the bullish control zone. Volatility is resetting the entire time, gives you more of a possibility of coming down to testing somewhere around the median. As of right now, it is significantly above it, and it's going to take a couple, maybe 1 or 2 candles to play out, and the median will rise. But it's currently sitting at about $51 to maybe around 21 EMAs at around $53, $54. Anywhere around here is going to be fair game for a significant bounce area, very close to our previous higher low, just slightly above it. The hopium is at this 38.2% holds, which right now is within our wick lows of our previous doji candle in the 2 week. That's sitting at about $60. It is a very round psychological number as well. Not likely to hold, more likely to break through towards the median, but that is the hopium that if it does hold here, then it's probably going to go up sooner than rather than later. We do have a silver cross to the upside on the 2 week, so it would make a lot of sense to come back down towards this 21, caused in the more bearish bullish scenario, the more bearish of the bullish scenarios. It's a little bit weird to say, but more likely in that situation to retest this 21 EMA in the median, somewhere around like, let's say $54 to $50. That would be the next significant bounce zone, and at that point, the ranges probably do step up, giving us more legs to stand on to be able to go back towards the upside. On the weekly, we have lost the bullish control zone, and we have, as notice here, lower highs on momentum with higher highs and price action, bearish divergence on the weekly. Let's see, have we confirmed the local top? Not yet. To confirm a local top, we will have to close below about $60. That would confirm a local top, would confirm 3 drives of bearish divergence, giving us a target of somewhere around 38.2% to 50%. And that puts us at right about $54 to $53. Very interesting. Since we're so close to the 200, though, we might just get a wick down to there, which is at about $50, giving us the same range of about $50 to $54. Right now, the jewel is giving us a sell signal within the critical zone. So we marked the last time the jewel gave us a sell signal within the critical zone. But that's just below the critical zone. Mark it right there. Mark it right there. This is basically within the critical zone. Pretty close to it. So the one that we have is going to be more significant than these because we're actually within the critical zone, and those are just close to it. And this gave us how much it would move to the downside. Oh, shit. God, 44%. Doesn't look like that much on the chart.
Just a mild 44%.
This one, 26%. These are pretty significant. %. This one, not much. Hopium is that it's going to play out like this one. This one's about 7.2%. Let's see if there's any similarities between this one and that one, the one we have right now. Momentum giving us possible. Yep, there's one similarity. Is that during this time, momentum dropped lower than all these levels before, while making higher lows, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. We're getting the same setup right now. Momentum is dropping below all of these previous lows, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence, and that will be confirmed with a close above the same numbers before, $75.74. Not very helpful to say you got to close above all-time highs to be bullish. But if you were to take that 7% move to the downside from here, from this candle's open, brings us to somewhere around $60 to $61.
That's where the median is, no?
Yep, right around the median.
Yeah.
And let's take the median move of around 20%, 23%, brings us to about $49.50. Very similar area as before. What I don't think is going to hold, though, I'd find it unlikely that the $61 area, $60 to $61 area is going to hold. It is possible that it holds. That'll be the most bullish scenario, is that if that $60 to $61 area does hold, and this thing is just even more bullish than I thought, and it just breaks $75 from there. It is possible. Just in my opinion, less possibility. Because on the monthly, you're getting such high extremes on the HBDR. It is possible we just go tap the 100% again. I don't think that's very likely. On the 5-day, we're also getting that possible bearish divergence, which we close below $60.01. We do have momentum and volatility pointing down, telling you that likely a corrective move, and the jewel is also just starting to give you a sell signal within the critical zone. Has not confirmed on the 5-day yet. And on the 5-day, we are breaking into the top 38.2%, which if we do close below this area at $65.80, very likely to get a minimum retest of the median, but likely to the bottom 38.2%. The median would be the hopium scenario, and that's at that $60 area. The bottom 38.2% is at $53. This is what I think is going to happen, because every time before that we broke into the top 38.2%, we got a test at the bottom every single time. Bottom, test at the bottom. This time, I don't think is different. Very likely probably going to test this bottom 38.2%. Would still be a nice higher low, and that would take enough time to where our ranges can step up on the monthly, and then we can try again for another high. On the 2-day, we're already starting to lose this bottom 38.2%. That level sits at right around $65.28. Very likely we get a breakdown from there. Last time we lost 38.2%, we went somewhere around 78.6. Around 78.6 sits at right around $58 to $60. It is possible that we bounce in this area. We didn't this time around. Just I feel like it's a little bit less likely. I feel like we're probably going to come somewhere around this 55 EMA, especially because we'd have lost the 21, and at that point when we bounce at the 78.6, we're already at the 55 EMA. 55 EMA right now sits at right around $56-$55. That's where I feel like is the zone that we're very likely to bounce at. When our momentum on the 2-day is pointed down with volatility pointing up, making it more likely we're going to close below that 38.2% and get that pullback. And right now, the jewel is giving us a pretty nice sell signal as well. We're flipping down within the critical zone. The pink is crossing below the yellow, and they're all bunched up together whenever you get that. Let's see with the vertical line. Last time we had a setup like this. Similar setups, not quite exactly the same though. Let's just mark them off anyways. Nah, this one's not really anywhere at all similar. You got a lot of them to the upside.
That's what Roblox does, baby. Now.
It's just too bullish. Let's see. And keep in mind, these are not really as strong as the one we have right now.
Oh, I never asked you. Did you follow the most bullish person in crypto and traded all of your Bitcoin for ETFs?
Who?
You know, Plan B.
Oh,
did you not do the same?
That makes absolutely no sense for somebody like him. His whole ideology used to be like self-storage and not your keys, not your coins. Now he just does the reverse. How much are they paying this dude?
I actually think also, by the way, they might or might not, but I do think that in his situation and also understanding, because there's like realistic people and people that are not, that really think like, oh, I got my Bitcoin, I can do whatever. If you get put on any list whatsoever of anyone that no one can do business with, they can't take your Bitcoin. You can't do it. Like, you can't transfer it, you can't do shit. So you might as well just protect yourself, not having it on an exchange, have the paper, it's backed up by BlackRock. You know what I mean? Like, in a certain way, it's just easier because there's a lot of hackings and a lot of that crazy shit. So if you know that there's
that's not even the worst part, because if you to get around the hacking, all you would just need is a hard device of authenticator. The worst part is that you do the smallest thing the exchange doesn't like, they're going to freeze your funds for several months. Yeah. I've seen people on crypto Twitter where they get like, they're smart with quotation marks, to put their entire net portfolio into like a Coinbase or Kraken account. I think they get like $2.5 or $3 million of their funds frozen for 6 months.
Yeah, it's really bad. So you might as well just get the. Honestly, I don't think it's a bad move at all. But it just shows you how much that has changed, like the narrative, right?
Yeah, and a lot of times you have to threaten to sue these exchanges before they release your funds. Oh, imagine having $3 million of Tether, but being broke as fuck because the exchange froze your money for 6 months.
No, thank you.
That's not fun.
No, thank you.
Yeah, so 16.7% to the downside on this one. Let's erase that because I don't like clutter on the chart, even though I have all of these lines. 33% on this one. This was a pretty nice gap down. Gap from 37 all the way to 32. Wow, that's not actually that much. All right, so if you would apply that move of about 16% from the open, brings us to right around $56, $55. Interesting how that fits my bias. On the daily, momentum is trying to pick back up. Volatility is trying to shift up as well. Momentum is the only thing that's above the moving average. Volatility is still below the moving average. Likely not going to be the move that you're looking for right now, since volatility is below the moving average. What's giving us the momentum shifting up is that we're still above this 38.2%, which is at right around $62.36. What's likely to happen, though, just based off how this looks, is that we're probably going to break this 38.2% and come down towards this 55, right around $62.35. Breaks that $62.30 area, though, likely going to get your dump to somewhere around the 88.3%. Right now, that sits somewhere around $55. This is what my bias is to happen. What I think will happen is probably going to dump somewhere around this 55, maybe a little bit lower, and then get bought up in this area and close above the 100. If that happens, then we've put in our next macro higher low, and we can continue back to the upside. This 100 doesn't hold, going to break down to the 200, and that sits at the middle of the range right now, sitting right around $47. This is going to be the area where the bulls absolutely have to hold, or this entire rally is going to get erased, and not only hold this area, but close up at $50. If they don't do that, then this is probably going to dump, and probably going to dump to the bottom of the range and probably even lower. But as of right now, what's more likely this scenario, somewhere around the $50 to $55 area is going to bounce and then make new highs from there.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the jewel is giving us the same signal as the 2-day, where we're flipping out into a sell signal when the pink is crossing below the yellow. But since this is a stock, it's not going to give you as much of a move as it would on a crypto. Right now, on the 4-hour, volatility is at the reset point, still above the moving average, still technically pointed up. Momentum. And volatility is approaching 0%. It's at 1.6%. Right now, the jewel is flipping back around, getting out of the bearish control zone and above the pink. Let's mark with a vertical line the last time that happened. Get out of the bearish control zone. Get out of the bearish control zone. Got out.
I'm going to change these names. The bearish control zone should be the dump zone, and the bullish control zone, the happy zone or the fun zone.
It's going to kind of sound like a Diddy party then. The happy zone.
I bet a lot of celebrities are going to be into trading with Elite Trading Academy then, huh?
Oh, interesting.
I got the baby oil ready. I got the baby oil ready for those guys.
Oh, Here's that downside. I guess I missed it. Well, no, it was a different time frame. Okay. Now with the vertical line, whenever we got out of the bearish control, what was it again?
Yeah, bearish control zone.
I forgot what the other name was.
Oh, the dump zone.
No, the dump zone. So after we got out of the dump zone, we pumped about 20% to the upside.
Nice.
This time around, 8.5. I guess that's respectable
That's in a
for a
4-hour
stock.
chart. That's pretty good.
Yep, on a stock too. This one, 13%. This one was nice. $11.6%. Wow, quite impressive. So first about 27%, and then eventually 30% to the upside. So let's take the middle number of 8%, and the low number of 8%, the middle number of 16%, and the high number of 20% to the upside from here, from when it flipped up. That would be 8%, brings us to about $71, $71.50. But the significance of that is it would take us over this previous lower high, very likely giving us this gap fill. And then once you get to this area, you're likely going to take this liquidity and probably go higher. And then let's take the middle move of about 16%. That puts us at new all-time highs, also once again signaling probably higher. And then the higher move of 20% brings us to about $80. Very interesting. And that's also right at the 97.5% on the HPDR, making this a very unlikely zone to continue from. With how bullish this thing has been, I would not be surprised one bit if this just broke out.
Oh yeah, I mean it's due. I mean it's been so long, right? Oh, and also the United States pattern, of course.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful United States pattern. Very beautiful United States pattern. You got California right there. You got Texas. You got Florida. You got Tejas for us Mexicans.
Above 73, this shit blows the fuck up.
Probably towards that $100 target.
Yep.
Right now, monthly has confirmed a hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing above $47.95. Very similar number as before. And we also have an inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. An implied target from there would be the critical zone, probably higher, but you wouldn't really be able to get a target off of that. And that right now is at a minimum of $77.50. Let's see if I could try to get a number higher than that. Bullish critical zone 80. Let's just take this to 100 or 99 and see what that would give us as a target. This would be a lot more realistic of a target based off the inverse head and shoulders. And that right now is sitting at, God, never mind, please ignore that.
Was that 1400 something?
Yeah, let's switch it to 90. It's just a 90. That's a little bit more realistic. $163. RSI, I'm going to 99 on a stock. A little unheard of, but 90 is not that unheard of. Now let's reset it to default settings. Beautiful. And also we're getting monthly volatility expansion along with a hidden bullish divergence, and we're not yet topped out yet. And plus, this thing likes to go to many periods of 100%. We're not even at or close to 100% yet. We're at 76%. On the 2-week, we also have that inverse head and shoulders plus multiple dries bullish divergence confirmed. Let's see what kind of target this will give us. Let's make it even more realistic than the 95 and 90 and do 85. That brings us to a beautiful number of $102. Invalidation on this bullish divergence is going to be easier on the 2-week than the monthly. That would be closing below $60.01. Same number as before. If you close below that number, likely to retest somewhere around this 21 EMA at around like $54, $53. And if you notice, this 2-week is very close to silver crossing to the upside. Oh, it actually did. Never mind. I'm retarded. I was looking at a different. I am absolutely retarded.
That's why you're part of the fam, son.
Dribbling retard. I eat crayons. Is this a lower low? No, not quite. Damn, this thing is like bearish divergence. Nope. Making higher highs on the RSI. Getting a setup for a hidden bullish divergence as well soon. Just need a momentum to drop a little bit lower, and then we'd have a possible hidden bullish divergence. 3-day already has a possible hidden bullish divergence. Momentum has dropped below all of these lows while price is making a higher low. And to confirm it, you'd have to close above $69.15. Close above there, you'd have that your hidden bullish divergence. That would give us a target with how low volatility is of the critical zone. Right now, that sits at $85.64 at new all-time highs. 2-day has confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, 3 drives at that, with volatility getting pretty low, giving us probabilities of hitting somewhere around the critical zone, which right now is sitting at $90. Invalidation of this divergence is going to be a close below $60.01. Continuation of the divergence is going to be a close above $69.15. Daily had some hidden bullish divergence, but it's invalidated now. The way to get another move to the upside is going to be a close above $69.50. And then you likely get this gap fill to somewhere around $74.75. 4-hour on a little bit of sombering news has confirmed bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing up below $67.17, and that would have a target of this 100 EMA, which right now is sitting at about $63. And since we've already tested this 100 EMA so many times, or once already, it's very unlikely to hold, or pretty unlikely to hold on the next time around. And you're going to be getting expanding volatility from pretty low levels at that point, likely bringing you towards the 200. That's sitting at about $55, $54. See, and you're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside on the 4-hour as well. As long as you're closing below $65, it's likely going to as long as your price is below $65, it's going to cross to the downside of maybe 1, maximum 2 closes. Making high, wrong one. Making high probabilities of testing that $55 area.
Ding!
Ding! Watch, one day I'm going to ring the gong.
Oh, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday. She was telling me that she tried, I think it's ketamine, the thing, she like a therapeutical one.
Oh, Elon takes that.
I like, again, I could be wrong that he was that, but she was saying like it was incredible. And the guy had a gong, and the gong cured me of all my problems. Once he like banged it, and all I could think of was this. Right here.
Damn, I need some ketamine in a gong then.
I know. I just need the gong. You know, for the racist jokes.
Oh, I see. Well, you could just do an accent for free.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh.
Nobody will ever do a fake Asian accent better than Matt and Trey Parker in South Park when they play the Chinese guy and the Japanese guy.
Absolutely.
And then the episode where they do the dance off at the school.
It's fucking incredible. It's one of my favorite old time episodes too. The shitty sushi, and then the shitty Chinese.
Hey, you sound kind of like him.
I can do the sushi one. Is a very long type of thing. Whereas Chinese is just very.
And since I'm Asian, I give you the pass. It's not racist.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Asian.
On the monthly, we are getting volatility expansion from the lowest level we've ever been at around 30%. As of right now, momentum is about to flip down. It's currently flipped up. In 9 hours and 9 days and 4 hours, bulls have to close above $68.10 to keep momentum to the upside. If they do that, going to improve the probabilities significantly that we're going to go up and test that $100 zone. If the monthly momentum flips down, however, very likely we're going to get a long form consolidation and pullback before that happens. Last time monthly flipped down was right around here, and then we ended up going down how much? About 27.5% before we, and also took about 3 months before we ended up making another breakout to the upside. So likely 3 months, and let's do it from this area here, 27% down. No, it would be this one, my bad. Brings us to perfectly this 9 EMA at right around $54. Very interesting. 2 week is getting volatility contraction while momentum is pointed down, which is bullish hopium to see volatility contract while momentum is pointed down. And we're going to be down to below $72.90. Would give us a target of somewhere around that 21 EMA, right around $53, $54. Weekly is also getting volatility contraction along with momentum pointed down, and we're going to be pointing down below $74.44. 5 day as well, volatility contraction with momentum breaking out of the critical zone. The projection is on this next close or next open. It's going to be out of the critical zone, and it's going to be down as long as we're below $74.34. 2 day as well, volatility contraction while momentum is pointed down. We've broken out of the critical zone. We're now sitting somewhere around the bullish control zone, edge of the bullish control zone. And on this next projection is projected to test somewhere around the edge of the bearish control zone. And it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $75.39. What I want to see is what the pivot goes to once it gets to the edge of the bearish control zone, somewhere around this point. If it still stays this high, or if it goes up, almost certainly we're going to test that $55 area. Daily right now is starting to get volatility to the upside with the momentum pointed down. We are very close to the pivot. Right now, it will turn up as long as we close above $65.71. Right now, we're below that by about $1.50. If we do continue to the downside, we are going to break into the bearish control zone, and that will likely send us to $55. And 4 hour right now is getting momentum currently to the upside, but it's getting very, very close to flipping down, while volatility is flipping down too, giving us kind of not so bullish outlook, more of a bearish outlook that we're going to make a lower high. The momentum was up while volatility was down, and now it's pretty close to flipping down. If it closes in the next hour and 6 minutes below $64.55, which we're below right now, very likely momentum is going to flip down, break into the critical zone, and that's what sends us towards somewhere around $55. Right now, like all of the high time frames are still pretty bullish. The monthly is still in a strong uptrend. The only bearish thing is that we're getting to very extreme levels on the HPDR. So momentum is dropping, volatility is dropping, giving you high probabilities of a higher low. In validation of that is if we get above $75, then we're probably just going to zoom straight towards $100. Very unlikely that happens. What's more likely that happens is the bearish divergences play out, and we hit somewhere around 55. Let's say $50 to $55, and then make our next macro higher low there on the monthly, and then go towards $100. And what goes along with that is the momentum on the lower time frames is starting to flip down. And if you go even to the lower time frames, like the 4 hour, getting to the extreme time frames, momentum is starting to volatility is contracting, and momentum is starting to flip down from being up, telling you the next lower high is probably in. And in the next hour, if we close below $64.55, the next leg of this move probably happens to somewhere around $60 first for a little bit of a pity bounce because it's a psychological number, and then from there probably down to $50 to $55. And there's high probability we make another higher low there based off of the monthly trend.
Thank you, sir. That was fucking
Nice.
detailed and great. So now I'm excited to invest in Roblox again. This was a one and done. I wish I would have invested more longer time. Or I'm gonna check.
What's your most long term, Rivian?
No, Tesla, Rivian. I Tesla, Rivian, Enovix, Oklo. Tesla, Rivian, Oklo. What else do I have?
Any Facebook? Meta?
No, dude, I don't have any of the Max 7. And again, this is not my actual intraday or intra-month trading portfolio, personal one. This is just like my long-term retirement bullshit.
You have to
I'm
call
gonna
a guy.
actually.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do. I do. His name is Jonathan. So I gotta call Jonathan and be like, hey Jonathan, can you please sell this? I had sold Oklo at 50 some, and right now it's at 46, which is really nice. But
Guys are like, damn, hell of a trader.
gotta check, yeah.
Watch
trust.
Jonathan shoot you a text one day, be like, can you give me some advice?
Well, I had done it because I crushed it with gold in 2020. Crushed it with gold, and then I can't remember what the fuck else. And then after that, 2021 or 2022, I was like, I'm gonna do this on my own. And I bought Tesla at the top. I bought a lot of shit at the top.
Yeah,
so for a long time.
You're gonna get that phone. Eventually, you're gonna get that phone call. Hola, buenos dias, tío Salo.
hopefully not. We'll see what happens. We'll motherfucking see what happens. But I'm excited. I need to see if I'm still in Roblox. I have like 5 things that I buy every week. I don't know why I'm blanking.
Do you have
out.
it set to automated, or do you have to like?
Yeah, it's automated. No, it's automated. Get the fuck out of here. This is why I don't remember, because also I'm not allowed to ask for the prices and how much money I have. Because if I do, I'm gonna lose my shit right now. Like, this has been really a great 2 years.
You're probably gonna get that. I need to sell.
Well, just this one alone, dude. Like, let's go that literally my average was here. That's a cool 488%.
Sheesh. Just a small 488%.
Or do this one. No, Rivian, which Alex is going to show us later. Let's go with 10 to where we at right now. That's a cool 41%. Not bad. But this is a way better average price, I would think. But I also don't know.
You imagine once it's trading at $500.
Even $100, dude. This is going to be stupid. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, boys. Thank you. Thank you, señor. Ok. Estamos viendo Roblox, bastante fácil. Han visto este patroncito tan delicioso en Palantir, por supuesto. Y ahora pueden notar acá, vamos a simplemente analizar esto, están viéndolo en la mensual, cómo encima de esta línea tenemos movimientos hasta los $100 y de los 100 hasta los 120. Simplemente estando por encima. ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo ahorita? Venimos a tocarla, pero no hemos podido vencer esa línea. Ese es un punto muy importante entender. $73.60 es donde está exactamente esa línea. Y es con lo que quiero empezar este análisis. Obviamente estás creando bajos más altos. Estás creando altos más altos en todo esto. Y tu siguiente objetivo va a ser venir a buscar los 127. Por ahora, vamos a ponernos un poco menos coquetos y decir que los 100 van a ser bastante realistas próximamente, pronto. No vamos a decir, no le vamos a poner fecha, pero sería el siguiente número que tranquilamente deberíamos de poder llegar a una vez venciendo los 73.60 a la alza. Porque vean, esta vela de por sí, tal cual, simplemente esta vela mensual es de 55%. Entonces, no sería la primera vez que Roblox hace una de esas movidas de ese tamaño. Estamos por encima de nuestro promedio, el 9, 34 y 21, empujando a la alza. No hay nada acá que sea bajista. Tienes una vela de indecisión que cierre 9 días y 4 horas porque es la mensual. Pero vamos a abrir esto para que vean algo. Es por esto que estamos pensando que va a haber un poco de consolidación, porque estamos ya en extremos, estás en el 100%, esta vela en la que estamos justamente ahorita en la zona amarilla que está cayendo por acá, nos dice que esa consolidación es bastante probable y hasta los $57 sea una buena región para poder aguantarnos. Podrías irte hasta tu promedio del 9, que esté en los 54, nos sorprendería. Eso también harías un bajo más alto y de ahí dar continuación por un alto más alto. Eso es la mensual. Semanal. Semanal es un poco de lo mismo, venimos de estar en el 83%, pensamos que dar un encontronazo en la parte alta de la zona azul sería el mínimo y eso está en los $60.89. De ahí, nuestros siguientes objetivos tienen bastante confluencia en esta zona, donde está tu promedio del 21 en los 53.14. Nosotros creemos que este podría ser el lugar donde encuentres ese bajo más alto para poder dar continuación a tu chopeo, dejar que todo el HPDR baje, suba, para darte más, ahora sí que probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza. Pero por ahora la de 2 semanas nos está diciendo que también va a necesitar un poco de descanso y la volatilidad está contrayendo. En nuestra tabla semanal estamos haciendo una vela de indecisión después de tener esta gran vela potente, aunque esta vela de indecisión es una vela envolvente bajista, muy bajo pedo. Pero estamos por ahorita por encima de los 64.11 y estamos viendo que nuestra media del canal está justamente en los 61.28, lo que nos da más confluencia que vamos a venir a retestar esta media, esta zona azul, y de perderla podríamos caer hasta la parte baja de la zona azul. Eso está en 54.96, lo que una vez más, ese podría ser nuestro peor escenario es lo que pensamos podría ser el peor escenario, el más bajista en la tabla. Viéndolo en la diaria, yo creo que es bastante sencillo. Estás cayendo, no puedes pasar de esta zona, la de los 66.78. Es una zona bastante importante para el precio de Roblox. Y por ahora tienes mínimo un viaje gratuito a los 63.31. De no poder aguantar los 63.31, te debería de poder aguantar sin problema el 55, y de no aguantar el 55 tienes el promedio del 100, que es tu último recurso, que no lo hemos tocado desde octubre del 2024, lo que nos da aún más confluencia también con esta zona del 78.6%, por ahí de los 57.38. Puesto sencillo, estás invirtiendo en Roblox. No se puede hacer más fácil que esto. Ahí les va. Facilito. Vienes desde acá en octubre. Línea de tendencia alcista, bastante bien respetada. Lo que nosotros pensamos es, vas a venir a retestear acá, probablemente acá. Hay una probabilidad de que caigas acá y que hagas esto. Y después de acá continúes estos niveles, regreses a tu línea de tendencia y continúes a la alza. Por ahora, ¿cómo sabemos y cuáles son nuestros niveles? Número 1, a perder los 63, va a seguir los 60, básicamente. De perder los 60, va a seguir el 57. Peor escenario sería ir a donde está el promedio del S&P 200, que está en 47, casi, pero para nosotros se nos hace bastante difícil. A mí personalmente, solamente viendo esta tabla, se me haría esto lo más posible que vaya a ver. Pero, de nuevo, Roblox necesita consolidar un poco para poder dar continuación a estos movimientos. Punto importante, 66-61. Poder tener cierres por encima de esta zona del 66, de los básicamente 66-37, te va a dejar ir a buscar la parte alta del 73. Una vez que estés por encima, solamente tuviste 2 cierres acá. Si puedes aguantar aquí, consolidar, esto te va a dar el madrazo y el empuje que quieres a los 100. ¿Dónde todo valió madre? Si pierdes los 55, en mi opinión, fuerte. Abajo en los 55 fuerte, que es básicamente esta zona de acá. Perdiendo eso, podrías darte una idea de que los 46 serían realistas y tal vez hasta cerrar el gap de los 43. Personalmente, y simplemente viendo las tablas de momentum y todo, el HPDR, etcétera, creo que esto debería de dar una aguantada acá. Sería el mejor escenario y vámonos, el más alcista y el más rápido. Pero de nuevo, el peor escenario para nosotros, la mejor oportunidad va a estar así. Una acá, 2 acá. ¿Ok? Sería primera oportunidad, qué chido, y wow, qué poca madre que te tocó esta. Abajo de esto, yo creo que ahí vas a tener que esperarte más entonces, y estaríamos equivocados. Pero vamos a ver qué pasa exactamente. Alex, we're ready for some Rivian, sir.
Nice.
Are we? Hang on a second. Do I have my little fucking stupid? Let me put your screen on. All right, let me just, oh yeah, here we are. There you go. Now you're all set.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, Rivian, I feel like I always look at it when it's in this $13 range, always, but for now, it's looking okay. I mean, Bulls essentially reclaimed this $13.71 region. That was a big spot because we were in a new range for a while here. We can see the SMA 200 held nicely. And now what we have is range reclaim. So what I'd expect Bulls to do here is just get us to around that daily 9, wherever the daily EMA 9 goes. For now, we see it's, just grinding up against this channel here that I've had. It worked well with support, resistance. Now we're breaking out. We do get any kind of move down, which granted, Rivian did have a move down. So maybe price is trying to front run it. But until then, until we at least break this high, I'm going to be on the camp that this scenario will seem likely, and it'll just be dependent on wherever that daily 9 goes. We throw the HPDR on, you can see price is very bullish. We're in that breakout structure with breaking above the 38.2% with that volatility setup finally, expanding from extreme lows. So with the median all the way down at $12.30, you should be gauging this as an opportunity, in my opinion. So long as we still stay above that $13 region on Rivian, going to be bullish on this. And I do think that it's going to eventually move up and actually hit that $15 to $15.25 region. Can see how well that median held on the monthly. We also see that the top of the 38.2% is at that $15.36 area. Just giving me confidence that the $15 zone seems like it's loading. That's going to be a big test, though. We see that we have consistent lower highs on the monthly. So what we need now, if you're a bull, is to get back above the $15.30 region, hold that, make a move up to the monthly 21. That way, then we can start taking out this wick high and testing this major region, I guess, for Rivian. The $18 to $19 zone is pretty big for Rivian. Getting back above there would put us in a big range again, where support would be $18.80 and resistance would be closer to like $26, $27. But until then, I mean, we still need to be playing with the trend because it's our friend. And for now, this is still in a monthly downtrend. It still will be as long as, we are under the January wick high, essentially. That's at $16.65. So it's good that the daily is looking, like it's getting us back in this range and holding support. But even on this range here, we always like to come back down to that $13 region. It's more specifically $13.65. You can see here, we like to come down, come down, come down. So I don't see why this time would be any different. And you should just be gauging that wherever that daily 9 is, like I said before. That can at least help gain an entry if you're not positioned on Rivian, because this to me is looking good. Remember, as long as it's above $13.
Earnings are tomorrow, by the way.
Oh,
just a nice disclaimer.
Yeah, and see, with earnings tomorrow, it's just kind of like this can go any which way, really. I mean, the charts, I'm always about the charts and the news, but with stocks, the earnings are kind of an extremity on that because it can literally go any way. And I don't study the fundamentals of that. I'm not too engulfed in the stock market to be studying the ratios and things like that. But what I can see is even the median has shifted up. It's going to, it's right around the $15 mark. So no matter how you look at Rivian, I mean, we have the weekly 9 now right at $13.49. You can see, let me just delete the LARP line, that we are bouncing from that EMA 9. So, to me, it seems like the next move is $15. We even get the confluence of that on this weekly chart here. And it makes sense. I mean, we need to be gauging that $15 region as resistance. We reclaimed it, we lost it, we rejected, we came down. So now if we rally back up to the zone, you need to be gauging really carefully if we're going to actually take out these highs or not. That way, then we can start shifting trend back up because that's important. If we can have trends supporting a move back up, then it can really start maybe making sense on why maybe $18 starts coming or brewing this year for Rivian. But Yeah, I mean, with earnings, though, it is just going to go whichever way, in my opinion. And we even have a weekly volatility setup now. Last setup, we've actually only had one. This one wasn't reset. So we actually only had one. And the last occurrence was here in the zone. And price ended up breaking up, and it went up to 84%. Massive. So now we have another weekly setup. So, as it stands, though, the trend is still down. So you have to that's why it's going to be important for bulls to shift the trend, get back above this $18 mark, specifically this high at $16.50. That'll be a good start. But yeah, I mean, with earnings, who knows? That's all I really have on Rivian. It's not too much to report on. You're just kind of waiting patiently here. You're just wanting consolidation, and that's most likely what's going to happen before tomorrow. I mean, I can't imagine a move will happen before earnings. So as it stands going into earnings, this is looking bullish. Let me look at the 12-hour. I didn't really do much. Let me just go to the... Yeah, and we do have a silver cross on that 12-hour. I mean, on the 6-hour. And it seems like we're slightly front running that 6-hour EMA 9 tap, which would be a silver cross retest. So, there is
MicroStrategy news that just came out.
Say it again.
What is it?
MicroStrategy news that just came out. MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor is going to offer below premium convertible notes for MicroStrategy. So they're going to offer them at a discounted price.
Why?
Because he wants people to buy so he can buy more Bitcoin.
More Bitcoin.
Large MicroStrategy buy-in coming? Question mark.
Well, I'm sure he's just
Where's Rivian?
he has to keep buying.
Yeah.
Or my bad, strategy. I'm never going to remember that, by the way.
Well, at least you don't call it Michael strategy.
Michael strategy.
I try to remember too. I just forget.
Yeah, so that's basically it on Rivian. Watch him move back down to wherever that daily 9 is. Gauge that for an opportunity. As long as we're above $13, going to be looking at as bullish. But with earnings tomorrow, it's just going to be a coin toss, however this will go. But for now, it's still in bullish posturing. So we'll have to see how tomorrow goes with news.
Yes, indeed, sir. Thank you so much. We're doing salamis after this.
Cool.
Salamis, and then the euro. 1 second. Euro dollar.
All right, I'll do the Solana, and Alice can do the euro because I'm not into Forex much.
Cool. You're not into Forex? That kind of sounds like some kind of a foreplay, and at the same time Durex. Like it's a Forex.
You don't want fetish.
Yeah, you don't want to do some Forex and eat some nasty ass shit with some weird condoms in your hand.
Come on, you don't want some Forex? It's a little Forex.
Oh, I love just doing a little Forex before really getting into the business.
Really gets you going, a little Forex.
Oh, boy, I'm fucking retarded. All right, here we go. Aquí lo tenemos, damas y caballeros, tenemos Rivian, pueden verlo. Simplemente les pongo esto, dos cosas. Una, esta tabla obviamente va en bajada potente, pero dos, ahorita Rivian va a tener resultados mañana. Y eso quiere decir que lo que digamos hoy no tiene peso para nada, porque si dan malos resultados o buenos resultados, eso va a cambiar todo. Hasta ahora esta tabla es alcista. ¿Por qué? Aparte de ser bajista en la tendencia máxima, ¿no? En la mensual o en la trimestral, lo que estamos viendo es que estás creando bajos por primera vez más altos en todo este ciclo. Y estos bajos más altos tal vez no estén acompañados de altos más altos, pero por ahora tienes este alto más alto por acá, lo que es bastante importante para Rivian. Voy a acercarme un poco más. Os voy a dar la diaria. Es que bastante fácil, honestamente, con Rivian. Saben que me sé esta tabla de memoria. Vale. Pues venimos, habíamos caído y creamos un fondo de máximo, un fondo, no voy a decir local, pero fue el mínimo histórico en los $8.31. De ahí tuvimos un despegue, nos fuimos hasta los $18. Eso lo aprovechamos nosotros. De ahí volvió a caer hasta los 9.56 y dio un zarpazo hasta los 16.63, creando un poco de indecisión al no poder romper este máximo y estando acá. Pero lo que sí creo es un máximo más bajo, un bajo más alto. Lo pueden ver acá, comparado con este y con este. Eso nos está dando buena esperanza. También el hecho que salgamos de este punto, ¿no? De esta resistencia en diagonal, aunque sea una línea meme, es una resistencia. Y esa resistencia ha estado plagando Rivian por muchísimo tiempo y deteniéndolo. Por ahora rompimos a la alza y estamos muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a ver? Básicamente, Rivian tiene dos sopas. Aguantar esta zona para crear el nuevo mínimo más alto, dar continuación por acá y continuar, o simplemente mañana a la alza, ¿no? Que ¿dónde está el punto a romper para saber si somos alcistas? En los 15.32. Si puedes barrer estos 15.32 de acá, y básicamente esta línea meme en resistencia que está en los 15.09, eso te va a dar una alta probabilidad de venir a buscar los 18 o los $20. Si en Rivian llegas a perder esta zona y pierdes los 12.63, vas a ir a buscar un máximo, un mínimo nuevo. Eso es bastante sencillo de entender y yo creo que no ha cambiado nada la cosa. Hasta ahora se ve muy alcista, pero de nuevo, todo puede cambiar en un segundo mañana diciendo, güey, porque acuérdense, el problema de Rivian en este momento es que están a punto de ser, lo que la gente cree es que van a ser cash flow positivo, van a tener cash flow positivo ya en todas sus ventas de vehículos. Si no lo logran, esto ya pasó con Tesla 1000 veces, se va a ir al pito, ¿ok? Para que quede claro. Entonces, estamos dependiendo mañana de resultados. Yo diría que ahorita no te metas. Si ya estás metido, pues bien, continúa con tu estrategia, pero mañana va a ser un día crítico para Rivian porque podemos tranquilamente ir a buscar los $20 o podemos ir a buscar los $7. Así que mañana veamos a dónde exactamente nos lleva Rivian. ¿Quieren poner sus apuestas? ¿Quién dice 7? ¿Quién dice 20? Vamos a ver cómo les va. Y esto literalmente no tiene nada de fundamentos, es imposible saber. Lo que sí me gusta es que también estamos usando esta línea de tendencia en diagonal como un buen lugar para rebotar. Si podemos aguantarla acá y no caer de los 13.50 y poder dar continuación, eso va a ser bastante brutalmente alcista. Pero de perderla caer y que se vuelva resistencia una vez más como lo fue acá, mal. Y si caemos todavía más de los 12, pésimo. Pues ahí lo tienen. Eso es Rivian. Vamos a hacer Solamis. Boom.
Switch my screen.
De Solamis.
Let's see how the Solana mandates are doing.
I'm going to move the card just for Belen, but I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Solana. Search it. Binance. Not looking very good right now on the monthly on Solana, where we have two rejections of the median, and now we're below the we've lost this candle's low, sitting at $168.88 right now. We went down to $160.88. Very bad sign to lose this candle's wick low. Not only that, but we're starting to lose this 90 EMA as well. And we've held this 90 EMA this entire way through. This has literally held as support since this rally started, since October of 2023. We haven't closed yet. We got 9 days and 7 hours to go. Hopium is that we bounce and hold this 90 EMA on a close, and on this next open, retest it and use it as a spring. But as of right now, we are $7 below that 90 EMA. If you do close below there, very likely it's going to break down. You're going to get momentum breaking towards the bearish control zone, volatility pointed up, even expanding even higher on the monthly. That'll probably not stop at the 38.2%. Probably get a slight bounce at the 38.2% right around this 21 EMA at around $140. Maybe comes all the way up to retest the 9, around 165 to 170 at that point. Very likely going to be a rejection and probably going to dump somewhere around this the starting of this 55 EMA, which is at about $80. That's probably going to be the bear. Not probably. That's definitely the bear market. I'm guessing the bear market bottom is going to be somewhere around $60 to $80. It's a wild guess. On the two week, we are losing the 38.2%, retesting it, rejecting it, and using it to follow through on the downside. We're getting momentum in the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up to support it, and now the jewel is giving us a sell signal, and it's moving out of the bullish control zone. Zoom in, and right now it is giving us pretty bearish setup with it exactly at where the pink is, and they're both crossing down together. We don't have a single comparable setup in Solana history to that as bearish of a setup as we have right now. We have a similar setup that's right here. Let's mark it off and see what happened. This was not as bad as one that we have now. This was from high to low, about 37% to the downside. Let's expand that from where we got it on this spirit candle. So go from the wick high, 37% down. Oh, we've already hit that number. Interesting. So if we are bullish, this area absolutely has to hold. Otherwise, it's probably going eventually towards $100 to $80. Weekly is even losing the 38.2%. Right now, the hopium is it can close above it in 4 days at around $183.77. Otherwise, what's likely to happen is where's the last time we lost it on the weekly? That was a long time ago. Last time we lost it on the weekly was right here. We went all the way down to the 78.6% almost. That is currently sitting at right around this 100 EMA at about $135 to $140, marking that as well as that same very significant point where if you lose that $140 zone, probably going to break down towards $100 for a pity bounce and then eventually lower. The other time we lost 38.2%, we went to the 97.5% range, but that was in the bear market as well. Assuming we get the breakdown here, I am going to be on the side that we're in a bear market. But if you were to break down to the 97.5% range right here, it's a very interesting number, right around $80. 5 days, as well as losing the 38.2%. The last time that happened was same move as before. We lost it on the weekly, went down to the 78.6%. Right now, that sits at same level of $144, 140s. Looks kind of right now like 140s is going to be a magnificent price. 2 days very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. On this next open, it almost certainly gets it, assuming we close below like $203. Kind of a far away right now. Let's see how much of a percentage move that is. It's around 20% to the upside. Unless we get a 20% bounce in the next 6 hours, it's going to confirm. See when we got the last silver cross to the downside. Cross right there. And then we dumped another 21%. Cross right there. It doesn't seem to be very significant on Solana on a 2 day. 16%. Let's do 16% to the downside from here. Put us at about 140. Very interesting. Kind of seems like that 140 is a magnet. Once again, we're getting momentum. It's trying to flip back up on the 2 day. It's still within bearish control zone, however, but it does imply with volatility flip down that we would get some type of bearish retest. And right now, that would make sense to get a little bit of a bounce because we are at the 200 SMA. So if we do see a bounce for a bearish retest, I would expect it somewhere around this 38.2%, which is at 180, to maybe this 100 EMA, which is right now at 190. And it would make sense to retest this 100 EMA since we did just freshly lose it, where we've been holding it for the past couple of touches. Retest somewhere around that 180 to 190 area, make another lower high. maybe even what likely happens on this next open, this 9 EMA is going to drop down. It's going to be exactly where that 100 is. And that'll just be a retest of that silver cross to the downside before lower, eventually hitting that 140s area. That's pretty far from the all-time highs. Let's see how much of a percentage-wise that is. So 140. It's like 50, more than 50% down. I find it hard to believe we're not in a bear market if it's down 50%. But it's not some like shitcoin. It's one of the majors. Daily is also implying a bounce since momentum is starting to flip back up with volatility down. We have lost to 200. Would make a lot of sense to come back up and retest it right now, right alongside this 9 EMA, since considering we do have a super cross to the downside. That would also imply a move to somewhere around 180 to 190, right along this 38.2%. Very high probabilities that this area is going to be another lower high, and then we dump again from there. 4 hours as well as implying the bounce right now with momentum pointed back up, rejecting the bullish controls on the first time around. This time around, it's likely to enter back in. Volatility supporting it for almost 0%. And now we have a God mode buy signal on the jewel. Plus, we're breaking above 38.2%, retesting it and using it as support. What's likely to happen from this scenario is that you come back up to retest somewhere around this 100 EMA. It goes right along this 95%, right around $190. Maybe if it shows some weakness, it'll be the 55 EMA, which is at about, and lines up to the 88.3, about 185. Somewhere between 185 and 190 is likely to bounce with this close over this 38.2% and momentum pointing to the upside. But once again, like we saw on the daily and the 2-day, that would just be another lower high before we dump again. Ding. So feel free to max out your credit cards and use the money you're going to make when you short Solana to 140s, because it's that much of a certain thing. That's a joke, by the way. It wasn't obvious. On the monthly, just like Bitcoin, we have possible bearish divergence approaching on the monthly. Every single time have we had bearish divergence before? Yes, that was kind of a bearish divergence, but not really. Even then it still dumped about 95%. Interesting. We will confirm that bearish divergence if we close below $168.88. We're like not even $3 above that level right now. And the first target off of that bearish divergence is going to be this neutral zone on the RSI. But right now that sits at right around $101. Lines right up with that pity bounce at $100 before eventually going down to the that $80 to $60 breakout zone. Right now, that probably is going to be the critical zone, but it doesn't tell you what that is because it's calculating it on if it happens in the next 9 days and 7 hours. Pretty unlikely to go to $70 in the next 9 days, so it's going to tell you it's impossible. But eventually, once these next candle opens, and then the one after that, it's going to be a more updated number. 2-week right now has multiple drives of bearish divergence confirmed, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $220. And the next target target to the downside on that divergence is going to be if you get a close below 168.88. Same number again, which would confirm our monthly, and that would send you down to the mid.
Just saw that.
So what?
Sorry, 1 second.
I thought you were muted.
1 second. It's just my audio. It's fucked. 1 second. 1 second. Here you go. Can you hear me? You're muted.
Yeah, here.
There you go. Okay. What I was reading is that on March 1st or March 2nd, there's going to be a 2 billion unlock on Solana.
Really?
So we might be front running it.
Interesting. So then, yeah, so everybody starts shorting whenever the unlock actually happens. And then it just pumps it on their faces.
Yep, could be.
Even if we're in a bear market at that point, still probably pumps just to fuck over the people who wanted to short the unlock.
Oh yeah.
Same scenario as whenever bullish news comes out and everybody buys the news on the release day,
Mm-hmm.
and then it just dumps. But right now, the next target off of this bearish divergence, if we get a close below 168.88, is going to be this 55 EMA, which lines right up with our 50% Fibonacci level, which is at about the same 136, 140 area. Very, very likely we're going to go to that 140 area. Whether we hold that area or not sure. Depends on the bulls if they can hold that area and get a strong close. Otherwise, this thing is probably going to dump real hard. It's going to be another similar to 2021, where dumping towards, let's see how much of a percentage down that is from the highs, towards like 60 to 80 bucks. $80 is around 71% to the downside, and 60 is around 80% to the downside. Seems like the bear market drop. Is this higher? Yep, this is, I believe, slightly higher. 250, 273. No, it's below. Never mind. No bearish divergence. But monthly is getting volatility expansion with Jewel giving you a nice sell signal. I mean, weekly. Very likely we come down towards that 140 with volatility expansion. If we're getting weekly volatility expansion, I don't know if 140 will hold. 5-day has 3 drives of bearish divergence with volatility expansion. Probably the 140. I just don't know if that's going to hold or not. It's going to take some severe hopium for 140 to hold. Maybe if Michael Saylor pushes the wrong button and buys Solana instead of Bitcoin.
Can you imagine how fucking phenomenal that would be?
And then he has to put out a press release saying, "Yeah, I fucked up, guys." This is 184.95, and this one is lower. So this is a lower low on a closing basis than this low here, while we are making a higher low on RSI, giving us possible bullish divergence, regular bullish divergence. To confirm that, we'd have to close over $205.34. A little bit of bullish hopium here. If we confirm the regular bullish divergence, that would give us a target of a minimum hitting this bullish control zone, which right now sits at 245.28. Kind of close to this, basically this breakdown point right here. Would be another retest of that. Get a close over there, you're probably going to all-time highs, and right now the critical zone is sitting at a pretty high number, sitting at $471. This probably changes to probably somewhere around the 300s. That's just me guessing though. Maybe it goes up. 2-day, just lower, slightly lower. Yep. So is it a higher low? No, it's not. Much. No real divergence, low time frames. Ding. Let's see if this is not enough data for quarterly. The most beautiful of all United States patterns right here. Beautiful, beautiful United States pattern. Right now we got volatility contracting on the monthly getting to the lowest level the volatility has ever been on Solana monthly. A little bit of a concerning factor though is monthly momentum is flipped heavily to the downside right now. We're rejecting the critical zone and we're pointed down below $227.63.
Oh boy.
That's not a good sign. Last time we flipped down on our monthly momentum was right here. How much of a dump did we get? Only 18%. Interesting. How is that only 18%? Looks like a lot more than that. Oh, my bad.
There you
was
go.
about, that's the real number.
Too.
47.66% to the downside. I think 47.66%. Very close to that 21 EMA at right around 140s. 150s to 140s. It technically would still be if it were able to hold that area strongly, be a higher low, and that's a lot of hopium though. You need all the stars to align, all of the planets to align, and and Bitcoin to hit new all-time highs.
Probably Diddy coming out of prison.
Everybody who holds Solana gets invited to the next Diddy party. On the 2 week, you're getting volatility contraction, a little bit of hopium while momentum is pointed down. It's pointed down below 225, right? So 226. Weekly is now getting volatility expansion, going below the 15%. Now it's above the moving average, and we're pointed down below 243.12. Not looking good, and we're breaking into the bearish control zone. 5 days well, volatility expansion from below 15%, pointed down below $248.90, and we're rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. 2 days getting some contraction with volatility in the momentum in the bearish control zone and pointed down below 184.16. Daily is now getting an expansion from 0% volatility, giving us a space laser setup with momentum pointed down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone and pointed down below 178. Volatility right now is starting to contract after getting pretty high up on this dump right here. And now momentum is flipped up. Not very bullish to see momentum flipped up with volatility down in a downtrend. Makes it extremely likely that we're just putting in a lower high before the dump continues. And right now we're going to be pointed up as long as you're above $166. What I want to see is what this pivot goes to when we get to the edge of this bearish control zone. At that point, this likely, very, very likely goes up and the trend continues to the downside. Right now, it's starting to look pretty bearish on basically every single time frame on Solana. Starting to look like that 140 target is magnet for price. Monthly momentum is flipped down. Basically, every single time frame is flipped down other than the 4 hour. And the 4 hours flipped up with contracting volatility, making it extremely likely we put in a lower high before we end up testing that 140s to 150. And I personally think it's unlucky to hold, but it is possible that if that area does hold, puts in hidden bullish divergence, and then we go to new all-time highs. I would just say it's unlikely and more likely to break down and end up going to that bear market target of 60 to 80 bucks.
Well, fuck us. We're gonna hop into Alex's the euro and the dollar, see how that's going, and then I'll get in.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise. It's been pretty weak. You know, I'm still on the bias that this is going to come down, and that is why I gave the Academy short right around wherever that daily EMA 100 was. Because on the flip side, just like it's a powerful support on Dixie, can be a powerful resistance for euro. We see that. I mean, even on this harsh rejection here, this rejection led to us really not tapping euro again. I mean, the EMA 100 again for that was a while. I mean, that hit that in November of 2024. So that's why when you come up to these levels, unlike crypto, because crypto hits these every month or so, but with these, it's always more important. I feel like, and a lot easier to gauge. The weekly right now is at a big spot. If you're a euro bear, you're essentially going to want to start seeing this weekly EMA 9 get lost. Bulls are on the flip side going to try to hold this. They broke out. They're now rejecting or front running the rejection from the 21 EMA, and now they're going to try to hold this to just look like a throwback. Right? What was resistance is trying to be flipped into support through this dump. That's why this week is going to be very crucial, because if we can hold the EMA 9 and then get back above 1.0596, that'll start looking good. Then we can actually get a real tap of the EMA 21 on the weekly. And at that point, I mean, there's a good chance we might actually break that. I will say, though, the weekly does have a silver cross. So the fact that we're, flirting with this EMA 9 on the weekly already, should be an area of interest for everyone, bulls and bears, in my opinion. 2 week looks different, though. And so this maybe can help give confluence to the weekly analysis, which is, This is looking like it's rejecting the 2-week EMA 9, and now it's falling back under this channel that we've had drawn here for a while on Euro. It looks better on a monthly, of course, but when you see this can give you at least more confidence that, yeah, the weekly probably isn't going to hold that EMA 9, and therefore then that weekly silver cross is going to, take hold. You can even see on the 2-week we have a silver cross to the downside now. And for now, this is looking like resistance is still doing what resistance is doing, essentially. And the trend to me is still down on Euro. I mean, we made the lower high. We made this low. So this is the hopium here, is that, bulls are shifting. But as long as we're not really taking out this high, to me, this is just looking more like lower low territory. And that actually would make sense, confirmed, once we actually break away from this channel. We shift gears, you can see we really started to move down when we started to lose this channel and then reject from it. And why, Euro, it's interesting to me why it is because it's getting some pretty high time frame volatility setups. As I've been saying, I mean, the monthly is very freshly now turning up. With this now breaking down, and for me, it's still just rejecting this channel. So as long as we're under this zone, call it basically February's low, right at February's high at $1.5329. This is more in dump territory, in my opinion, and we're going to start really seeing this BBWP expand into March. And remember, this has the inverse correlation to Dixie. So when I'm trading Euro, or when I like often looking at Dixie because that can help me. Dixie's looking bullish. I wouldn't want to be too bullish on Euro because if this is bullish, Euro will be bearish. And for now, I mean, on the daily, we see we've rallied up to that daily 9. This is a big spot now because if bulls can really reclaim that daily 9, it can give us good confluence of us going back up to the 107.70 level, which is pretty important for Dixie. I'm still on the camp, though, that we got the pullback. We are now grinding out a low here at the daily EMA 100, which will mean that the monthly is basically getting its higher low. On the flip side, I do think that Euro's on the verge here, putting in another lower high. I do think we're going to break down into March. And some areas of interest, I mean, it's pretty simple to me. We can see here, even the monthly is confirming what I'm saying. I mean, we're breaking the monthly 38.2%. The last occurrence was this whole move down. You can see we stayed in this range for, 3 years. And then now we're breaking down again. With volatility supporting it, next move, you have to start looking at these lows. So more right around the 78.6% at 97.669, which would be pretty bad for Europeans, your Euro pour again. I don't think it's going to stop there. That's kind of like the hopium as you get your double bottom around here. Most double bottoms do fail. So then at that point, I'm shifting gears and I'm looking lower. Lower for me is at 948, basically 95. And if that doesn't hold, which makes sense, it's right at the bottom of, what the bottom that was formed in 2022. Yeah, you're looking at 90 cents. That to me would be a major point of a bottom of a big bounce zone. But I mean, you're talking about the Euro going to 90 cents. 13% move down. And I do think this is very likely, in my opinion, especially if we do think stocks, or not stocks, but crypto specifically, are going more bear. Often in markets, you see the higher risk beta sell off first. So therefore, then that's why maybe stocks are still looking good. If, let's say, stocks and crypto go into a bear market, that would most likely mean everyone's going $2, which means that Dixie is going up nicely, which makes sense on why then we're getting these high time frame volatility setups telling us, no, a major move is coming. And something to note that we mentioned in the beginning of the stream is, what was it? I think it was on the 2-month. Let me just check before. Yeah, you've only had a few times where you've had this 2-month setup on Dixie and even on the Euro. Each time, though, right? Each time that, let's just use Euro. Each time Euro goes to extreme lows, let's see the reaction. Major dump. Okay. let's see again. So then boom, boom. Nice dump. So now we're at extreme lows again. We're literally breaking this really long channel that I've had drawn here. It's not good. Whenever you go and test these lows, this was 85. This was 2001. I mean, right around here was, what was this? 2022 Russian war, I guess. Inflation too, getting off COVID, bear market as well.
They invaded in February of 2022. That was that quarter.
Yeah, that's when the euro started to come down again. So why I'm bringing this up is, I don't find it a coincidence that this is looking literally like it's on the verge of collapsing. I'm getting a lot of things telling me that. So watch very closely. The Academy is short, and I'm happy we are short on this because, I do think that the euro is worth looking at now that we're getting some volatility now. I mean, this could pay pretty well. So I'm watching carefully. The idea is we're going to reject the 38.2% on the monthly, close the monthly below 1.04479. And then into March, we see a major dump. It's not going to obviously go straight to 95 cents, but I would then start looking for closer to $1, honestly. The dollar will be a major point, psychological number as well. Where then that could tie into Dixie getting a bounce here and holding it, which is right off its EMA 5 on the monthly. So it makes sense to be looking at that zone in confluence to the EMA 100. But I do think if this is a bottom like I'm expecting or suspecting, I guess is a better word, I'd expect then 107.78 to hold and consolidate there. Then we'd make a move up to the median at 108.32. Or this shifts down. But regardless, I'd expect us to test these highs here. That's right around 109. That's going to be a major point because if Dixie can get back above that 109 zone, I do think we're going to just end up eventually going to the $111 mark. It's 11154. So, I do think that's going to be a major point for Dixie. And that would be pretty destructive in my opinion. So, watch very carefully if you trade Forex. I do think the bias here is short still on euro. And remember, I'll be wrong on this, right? If, let's say, the monthly here doesn't do this, and maybe the monthly actually holds this channel, that'll be the first point where, okay, I might be wrong. And then let's see the 38.2% shift down. So that way, then we're back into this blue zone. That's another point on where I could be wrong. Lastly, if then the weekly here starts getting back above, starts holding the weekly 9. This could be then the start of us going up, breaking these highs and just start slowly moving up, shifting the monthly trend back up. So there's 3 things you're not going to want to see, but for now, it's still looking good. And then, you can really tell when I'm wrong is when that 2-week EMA 9 gets reclaimed. Till then, I do think the silver crosses on the weekly and 2-week will hold. Do think Dixie found a really nice point, nice bottoming point. And even now today, we're seeing a nice move across the board on Forex. I mean, I don't really gauge the 55 too much just for crosses, but we're going to see today. You're going to want to see if this reclaims, the daily 9, because that could be a really good sign that, this is starting to look like a bottom here, which then can make it easy to trade because you just then don't want these lows to get taken out. So if we end up coming down anywhere around here, you just know where you're wrong, essentially. And you can use that to then trade euro, in my opinion, because it's literally the inverse correlation. So that's all I have, really. Euro looks like it's on the verge of collapsing in the March, and it'll be interesting to see if that actually occurs or if this is just one major bear trap across the board. But until then, I'm still just going to be on the camp that we're very freshly seeing a breakdown occur, and this is nothing more than just flirting with major resistance before the inevitable happens. Something we saw here where we lost it, we rallied up, we hit resistance, rejected, and then came down. This is not the best example though, because we bottomed fairly fast around here. But even here, we front ran that resistance and came down pretty massively on this monthly, considering it's Forex. So when you start getting these monthly BBWPs firing off, that's when you really start getting nice volatility. I mean, and let's just say let's just do this. From this expanding on the monthly, you know, you would have caught a 17% move. You know, that was 3, 6, 9. That was like 9 months, 10 months. It's pretty good for Forex because, you know, motherfuckers use like 300x, 200x on these. So not bad at all, but yeah, watch very carefully now into March because I'm expecting this to come down. So we'll see if that holds true.
Hey, once that euro breaks down, that's when you buy your Birkin bags.
Yeah.
Go to Italy.
And your Paganis and all that stuff.
It's not gay to have a person nowadays as a man.
I know, but well, that's what they think. But is there anything else you boys like to add, say?
No, see you boys next stream.
All right, let's get it. Thank you so much.
Muchachos.
Thank you, boys. Have a
boys.
good one. Vale, vamos a ver el euro. Podemos ver que el euro ha estado en esta tendencia alcista básicamente a largo plazo, ¿no? Desde 1985, lo tienes por acá, lo tienes por acá. Esto fue el 2022, que fue obviamente la guerra con Rusia, etcétera. Pero desde entonces hemos visto que está haciendo altos más bajos todo este camino. Quiero que noten algo importante. Bajo esta línea existe este rango, ¿ok? Encima de esta línea vas a estos puntos. Si eres alcista en el euro, quieres estar por encima de esta línea del 1.07. Las malas noticias para mis amigos europeos, y lo siento muchísimo, es que estamos demasiado lejos de eso. Es una tabla de 2 meses, una bimestral. La razón por qué es, Forex se mueve muy lento. Es algo que he aprendido de mis videos, donde les platico, güey, el dólar va a subir. Y todo el mundo cree que el dólar tiene que subir en 2 semanas como cripto o como una acción, pero no. Se tarda todo esto bastante. Y lo que estamos viendo ahorita justamente es este punto tan importante. Y yo creo que si expandemos también esta línea de por acá, hacemos una línea de tendencia sabrosa de por acá, espérenme, para que lo puedan ver. Estamos por debajo de estos niveles. Aquí en el 2017 lo intentó tocar, pero no, y fue y rebotó. Rebotó a la parte alta del canal, cayó. Una vez que cayó acá, fuiste a hacer los mínimos más bajos que has hecho desde el 2000. Solamente tomó 22 años. Y ahora estás intentando regresar una vez más por encima de este nivel. Y la cosa es, esto fue tu primera llamada. Esto es tu segunda llamada y básicamente que te pongan el telón encima. ¿A dónde voy con esto? Muy probablemente, si eres muy alcista en el euro, la mejor probabilidad de esto sería un rebote a la zona del 1.06 y de ahí continuación para abajo. No existen razones y no existe ninguna, ¿cómo se dice? Ninguna tecnicalidad en esta tabla donde me diga que esto es alcista. Estás creando altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y estás creando bajos, y obviamente creaste bajos más altos, pero ahora puedes ir a buscar esos bajos más bajos en este movimiento. La zona importante para el euro es el 1.06, lo que también ves acá con el promedio del 9. 1.06 es la zona básicamente a poner atención. Si lo pongo en la de un mes, el 1.06 también sigue siendo nuestro 9. Y pueden ver acá como en la parte media, porque este canal y la parte media del canal es bastante respetada por el euro, lo que nos haría pensar que el mejor escenario para los alcistas del euro es este rebote. Y obviamente, si tomas esta sección, empiezas a subir, te quedas por acá y empiezas a consolidar encima del 1.06, alcista. Pero siempre y cuando estés donde estás y no puedas cerrar encima de esta zona, favoreces a la baja muy, muy potentemente. Además de eso, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en este Domsky. Y esta volatilidad que está expandiendo en la caída, pues apenas está en 23%. La última vez que pasó esto fue en julio del 2022 y del 2020 y saben hasta dónde nos llevó, ¿no? En el 2022. tienes un escenario no igual, pero parecido. Y tienes que preguntarte geopolíticamente, ¿no? ¿Qué va a hacer Europa para salirse del hoyo en el que está, en el que se han metido y en el que los hemos metido, honestamente, como Estados Unidos? Y la respuesta es, no hay nada que puedan hacer. No se van a asociar con China porque China va a vender todo y destruir todo su comercio, porque lo va a vender más barato, lo que platicamos al principio de este video. Lo siento. No van a entrar al mundo de inteligencia artificial de la nada y volverse competidores decentes, sobre todo en Europa, con todas las estúpidas reglas que tienen. Lo siento, no se puede. Entonces, ¿qué esperamos de Europa? Mínimo los coches, ¿no? Que vendan muchos Audis y Volkswagens. En realidad, esos parece que van a venir a Estados Unidos a ser producidos. Entonces, ¿qué carajos va a hacer el euro para poder rebotar acá e irse a vencer al dólar? Y acá es donde tienen que tener en mente. Un segundo. Perdón. Aquí es donde tienen que tener en mente lo que está haciendo el dólar. El dólar quiere ir a buscar, una vez cerrando encima del 1.10, el dólar mínimo va a venir al 1.20, pero mínimo. Y de ahí no sabemos qué vaya a hacer. Digamos 1.16. Tal vez esta línea meme en diagonal ayuda. Pero ¿por qué es importante saber esto? Es bastante importante saber esto y entender esto porque lo que estamos viendo es histórico, completamente histórico, en todas estas tablas, en los niveles. ¿Por qué? Porque el dólar iba a desaparecer. Todo el mundo te dijo que cuando llegó acá a 100 iba a ser el final del dólar, que los BRICS se lo habían llevado y lo único que estabas haciendo es en una tendencia súper alcista que viene en realidad desde el 2008, está continuando. Y ahorita estás justamente con el dólar rebotando en la parte media del canal, o sea, básicamente inviértelo al euro, y esto te debería dar el siguiente escalón, el siguiente empujón para ir a buscar esta zona de los 116. Entrando ya en esa zona, estás creando nuevos máximos más allá de julio 22. Esto genera inflación en todo el mundo, menos en Estados Unidos. Es una economía fuerte. Y muchas cosas que me sorprenden de lo que he estado viendo. No sé si igual y yo me estoy perdiendo de algo o si estos tíos no están escuchando todo, pero Donald Trump dice que van a bajar los tipos, que van a bajar intereses, y esto es muy importante, ¿ok? Porque esto es lo que todo el mundo dice mal en todos los medios. Tienes que ver a Donald Trump decirlo. Donald Trump no está diciendo que le va a pedir a la Reserva Federal que baje tipos. Donald Trump está diciendo que los tipos van a bajar por lo que vamos a hacer. Si eso pasa, el dólar tiene que a huevo subir, porque esto no es lo mismo a bajar tipos a través de la Reserva Federal bajo una moneda débil, etcétera, como lo hicimos en el 2021. Estando por debajo del 101, ¿qué es? Exactamente. Estando por debajo del 101.500, el dólar tiene bastante debilidad, pero estando por encima, está muy fuerte. Y podemos ver que estamos bastante por encima, consolidando acá, y continuamos esta consolidación alcista, creando bajos más altos, y podría ser este nuestro bajo más alto que sigue. Y lo que mucha gente no comprende es, si nosotros fuéramos como en el 2020, justo acá, esto pasó en el 2020, ¿ok? La de en medio del canal. Esto es enero del 2020. Imprimimos un chingo de dinero, lo devaluamos y bajamos los tipos. Y eso nos llevó al punto bajo del dólar en 89. Eso fue una caída y obviamente un dólar débil, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿por qué esto es diferente? Permíteme. 6 meses es la que me gusta en la de los bonos. Puedes ver, desde que los bonos en Estados Unidos han salido, este es un punto importantísimo para el precio. Y yo diría que más el 4.75%. Porque una vez que hayas superado el precio, los 4.75%, la siguiente parada es 7%. Y no hay una sola, o sea, de esta tabla, la única vez que lo hizo fue esa. Y justamente eso coincide con nuestro S&P 200 en una tabla de 6 meses, donde tienes que poner atención de que si llegamos a cerrar por encima de los 4.76, hay una probabilidad bastante alta de ir a buscar ese 7%. Ahora, personalmente me cuesta trabajo pensar que esto va a darse. Yo creo que a corto plazo sí podemos ver los tipos subir un poco más, pero acá se van a tener que dar la vuelta. ¿Por qué? No porque la Reserva Federal vaya a bajar los tipos, pero porque los tipos tienen que bajar por lo que estamos haciendo, creando un dólar fuerte, imprimiendo menos dinero de lo que imprimíamos antes, trayendo industria a Estados Unidos. Si alguien sabe cómo le fue a Milei haciendo lo que hizo, le fue muy bien al peso argentino. Subió muchísimo comparado con el dólar el año pasado. El 2024 me parece que fue la mejor moneda en contra del dólar. ¿Qué pasó en México en el 2020 cuando entramos al no vamos a gastar nada? ¿No? No vamos a gastar nada. Vamos a traer a todas, bueno, no vamos a traer, todas estas empresas chinas están entrando a México para producir a Estados Unidos, etcétera. Creó un superpeso, el peso fuerte. Lo mismo estamos esperando del dólar. Y cuando tienes un dólar fuerte y es la moneda de reserva mundial, que es algo que me imagino que se le va a bastantes personas, como es la moneda de reserva mundial, el dólar fuerte tiene que, ya no tiene que ofrecer retornos tan locos para que la gente lo quiera comprar. Y es por eso que bajarían los tipos, ¿no? Que encontráramos tal vez acá el siguiente techo en los tipos, con el S&P 200 rechazándonos e irnos para abajo. No va a ser cosa de un día, obviamente. Esto va a tomar más o menos en darse la vuelta un año. ¿Por qué? Porque es más o menos lo que dijo Elon que le iba a tomar poder cortar gasto de gobierno significantemente. Y esto tiene consecuencias alrededor del mundo. Tiene consecuencias inflacionarias para gente fuera de Estados Unidos, tiene consecuencias fuertes para la gente dentro de Estados Unidos, donde va a haber menos comercio y menos actividad económica por un rato, en lo que nos deshacemos de inflación a través de este método. Y para todas las monedas internacionales y todos los demás países fuera de Estados Unidos, van a tener que pagar el impuesto de la inflación, porque un dólar fuerte hace que ustedes tengan que, en otros países, que tengan que trabajar más para pagar por los mismos dólares. Y eso va a causar un estilo de repetición diferente a la del 2022 en lo que vimos. Así que ahí lo tienen, ese es el euro, el euro dólar, simplemente para regresar a él, ponérselos acá. ¿Qué es lo que quieres buscar si eres alcista en el euro? Eres alcista en el euro, arriba el 1.069. Eres bajista en el euro, simplemente este es un retest bajista y lo único que tienes que hacer es tener un cierre por debajo del 1.01. Una vez que tengas un cierre debajo del 1.01, sabes que vas a ir a mínimo intentar ver si vas a barrer estos mínimos en 0.95 centavos por dólar, 95 centavos por dólar, básicamente. Y pues eso es ya el final de Europa como lo conocemos. Algo tendrán que hacer diferente. No sé qué vaya a hacer. Pero ahí está. Eso es básicamente el euro. Y rápido, vamos con Solana. Estábamos viendo Solana, me la salté, discúlpenme. Y es justamente lo que habíamos visto, perdón. La tabla de 6 meses de Solana es una brutalidad. Solana en la semanal, lo vamos a poner en la semanal. ¿Por qué? Una vez más, ¿qué les dije el último en vivo? Esta zona en Solana es muy importante. Arriba de esta zona, en los 172, tienes los pompazos para ir a buscar máximos históricos. Perdiendo los 172, tienes este tipo de acción o este tipo de acción que te llevó a hacer mínimos. ¿Ok? Y es lo que estamos viendo. En todas las temporalidades, Solana tiene divergencias bajistas, todas menos la de 4 horas, lo que nos dice que probablemente estemos ante una corrección. Pero, importante, no poder retomar los 172 dólares pronto, y estoy hablando de probablemente esta semana, muy probablemente vayamos a los 150, 140, que es más o menos esta zona. Y si eso se llega a dar, ya de por sí, les había dicho esto la última vez, Solana hizo su máximo histórico acá, en 259. Una vez, y es obviamente esta vela, ¿no? La que nos llevó hasta abajo, la de la derecha. Una vez que el precio llegó 48% abajo, podemos decir que se cocinó. Pudo bajar 43% y recuperarse. Pero una vez que bajó 48% ya no se recuperó y cayó. Vean dónde estamos, ¿no? El máximo histórico de Solana en los 295. ¿A dónde está el precio? Ahorita ya es 42%. ¿A dónde llegó a tocar? Ya es 45%. ¿Dónde llegamos ya a la zona de no retorno? El 48% en los $150. La cosa de Solana es, tiene un evento muy importante, tiene un unlock de $2,000 millones de Solanas en marzo. Eso quiere decir que gente va a poder vender que no había podido vender $2,000 millones en Solana. ¿Estamos viendo eso por adelantado? Tal vez. Pero por ahora toda la tabla se ve muy bajista. ¿Qué es lo que queremos aguantar? Estos niveles, justamente donde estamos, y poder retomar este nivel en los 172. Una vez tomado este nivel en los 172, y pueden ver lo importante que es, Solana se va para arriba. Siempre y cuando no podamos hacer eso, esto podría ser ya el final del mercado alcista en los Solamis. Y además, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en esta caída. Entonces, de nuevo, en todas las temporalidades se ve mal, pero podría ser el pre-front run de lo que se viene, si es que son alcistas. Abajo de $150 sonaría, y si la historia se repite, a que ya no va a volver a subir de ahí hasta el próximo ciclo, ¿no? Que fue lo que vimos en el 2021. Ningún ciclo es idéntico, simplemente riman. Pero pues ahí lo tienen. Voy a ir a acostarme un rato. Tengo unas alergias brutales. No puedo dejar de estornudar, de toser, de nada. Voy a acostarme tantito y cualquier cosa, pues aquí andamos. Mañana los veo acá junto con Alex y Farhan para la clase de Lead Trading Academy. Ya vamos a tener el sitio de vuelta. Ya me escribieron. Algo debería estar pasando en las próximas 2 horas. No el sitio, simplemente lo de los videos en vivo para que todo regrese a la normalidad. Pero pues ahí lo tienen. Y también mañana les tenemos una sorpresa a toda la gente que va a venir a la clase. Vamos a empezar un torneo de trading. Les vamos a dar, obviamente, a ustedes primero la entrada. Tengan un poco de desventaja, ¿no? Para la gente que está dentro de la familia de Elite Trading Academy, que tengan un poco de ventaja. Vamos a tener un torneo de trading, me parece que son 45 días. Y mañana, ahora sí que se anuncia aquí en nuestro en vivo privado. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarme, por acompañarnos. Pórtense bien y nos vemos mañana. Como de que no, hoy